Hello, hello, hello. Oh my God. Morning, evening, afternoon, everyone. Hope you all well this Sunday. Yeah, this Sunday, right? Yeah, yeah. Okay. Uh, Apologies about no stream yesterday, right? Because I mean, Saturday is always kind of like a 70-30 chance for that to be a stream. Also, you know how on Friday that I was like mentioning that my throat was like a bit sore. Yeah, it was still a bit sore on yesterday, right? And if we did the Forest Talk yesterday, I don't think it would have been better. It would have gotten better. So, I also decided might as well, probably it's probably best not to do a stream. All right. So, yeah, that's why like, there was no stream yesterday. Uh, but yeah, so, and today it is like a very early stream, right? Because technically, the normal stream should be in around 4 hours, right? Not now. But that's mainly because I have like a dinner later on, right? Around 6-ish? 7-ish? No, what time is it? Hold up, let me check. They literally just called me. That's why the start of stream was a bit longer than it should have been. Uh, it's around 7. Okay, yeah. It's in around technically 5 hours. So yeah. Hence why we're streaming now, because I could have also chosen to like, okay, we can just skip today's stream too, right? But because of yesterday, I went, fuck it, let's just stream right now, right? Hence why it's early. Like tomorrow, like I hope that is a. I know like this week the streams have been a bit, let's say, uh, I guess out of whack is one way to put it. But it should go back to normal come, in the upcoming week. It should be back to normal. So yeah. Also, I've been like considering maybe like streaming slightly earlier, starting at 6 rather than 1:45. Maybe we'll see. Oh, hello, Hud. How are you? Hope you've been well. Oh yes, Alicia, the new Alicia. We are dirt poor though. She's your everything. She's the love of my life. Oh, okay. See, I was like, hi, Unc. I mean, I can't really fight against that, can I? The title Unc. Whatever. It doesn't matter. I'll just, I guess I'll just live to accept it. The title. But yeah, I hope you've been well, Hud. Oh God. So let's see. What was I gonna do today? All right, I have to do a bit because literally, yeah, because I'm not gonna have time in the evening. My lord, nothing or I guess nothing's gonna let's say wrap up for Impact Third today, right? This weekend, because I'm pretty sure it should all be for um like in a month's time, right? 12/31. Okay, literally the last day of the year. Yep, last day of the year. Last day of the year. Okay, it all finishes in the last day of the year. Okay, yeah, okay, so we're like chilling, kind of. Although, to be honest, I should start doing this because I don't really want to, say, hold on too much, like, store this too much. But it's like, literally, for some reason, patches literally just stacked up at the same time, which kind of fucked me. I'm not even the one turning 29 this month, Ang. I'm alright. I've been busy socializing and stuff, but what about you? Alright, I'm turning 29 this month. Right. I kind of forgot about that. Age is but a no, I'm not. No, I shouldn't say age is but a number because that can sound suspicious. Um, um, Age is but an experience. No, that doesn't sound good either. You know what? Yeah, yes, I'm becoming an unk. You've been social. I mean, I've been not I haven't been that bad. For me, it's been, let's say, fine. I mean, I guess I'm good in the sense that nothing bad has happened, if that makes sense. Also, I guess I'm progressing in driving, right? So there's that. Yo, just accept it. I mean, I only have like one or two white hairs. That I don't feel like that makes someone old. Everyone gets white hairs. It doesn't mean that they're an old person. I think what kind of determines it is how many white hairs you have. But I have like one or two strands. It's okay. It's so fine. All right, the Kian outfit. Oh god. I mean, I don't regret getting the outfit, but I don't like that my crystals are 2.7k, not even a 10 pool. So, hmm. I'm already taking drives. Yeah, it was. I mean, I did the theory this week, right? And I passed it. So that's that. I mean, I did think I was gonna fail the theory test while I was doing the test because some of the wordings were differently, but I still got like pretty good results. So that's fine. Not gonna lie, white hair is cute. I mean, I guess, but it depends like how much white hair. I feel like some white strands is probably fine, and I guess it also depends on like what is the white hair contrasting, like what's your natural hair color or what's your hair color, right? If you like a few white hairs and you have like black hair, I feel like that's fine, right? I feel like if you're blonde with some white hair strands, it's not that noticeable, right? But then, I mean, if you really care too much, you can just dye it, right? But it's like fine. Okay, let's see. So yeah, so we're good in terms of this. Oh wait, no, chapter 10's also out. Oh, uh, hmm. I don't know how long chapter 10 is. We're not doing it today. We're most likely gonna touch chapter 10 tomorrow. Yeah, most likely gonna touch chapter 10 tomorrow. I know it's cute, but definitely ugly. And you shut the fuck up. Why must you always be so rude to me, so mean to me, so I don't know. I can't think of any more words right now. I'm probably gonna assume it's probably like 4-ish hours long, right? Oh boy. Why? Okay, I mean it's fine. Okay, so we have to do. Let's see. Not HSL. We don't want HSL for now. We have to do this chapter 10, the Elise event, the Genshin story, the Luna 2 story, and I guess the what's the guy's name again? The Wuwa male character. I can't remember what his name is now. The Yasuo looking fuck. Two. Because ZZZ would technically fine, kinda. I think so. Yes, we are. Maybe. I think we are. Oh god. No, but this is like the priority. I feel like this is the priority, then the Genshin story, then the Elysia events. And I did hear that the Elysia event is actually voicing JP, which is nice, which is surprising to be honest. But yeah, okay, okay. Let's see, what is Abyss? Wait? Did I even touch a May? When the hell did I touch a May? Hold up. That's a shit score too. 4760. Huh? Uh-huh. Okay, this is obviously cheats. 9960. Uh-huh. Yeah, buddy, you definitely got that score with this with this team, yeah? Yeah. Jesus Christ, why do people like even bother trying to cheat when it looks so obvious, right? Oh, it's Durando team. Okay, I mean that should be fine. I've been gone for so long and still cannot buy anything with my channel points. Alright, I need to add channel point redemptions, don't I? Still such. What about the AMPHO story? Yeah. But we're recapping. Yeah. I don't know what's. I mean, I can add the usual hydrate, right? But what else do I add? I mean, I guess I can probably do something with TTS, right? But do I really want to add TTS? That's the issue. Maybe. We'll see. I just need to stop being a lazy bum, to be honest. But, nah, I probably should. Yeah, I should probably do. Last day of War Tower today. Well, that's a issue for me at 11 p.m. I am not doing War Tower right now. I don't even know. Did I even do the last War Tower? I actually don't even know. Maybe. Okay. Well, hold up. Okay, so what is the best today? Hold up. Oh wait, I'm in Red Lotus, right? It's not that bad. It shouldn't be that sweaty. 791. Wait, what the? Why the hell is a 30-point difference between second and first? Oh, it's SS Sushuang. Oh, that would explain it. Why the hell are you using Chenshue here? I guess you don't have Teresa, but that doesn't make sense. You have +2 weapons on these two. Unless you got extremely lucky. Yeah, okay. Okay, should be okay. Weeklies and 10 games. He doesn't have Dream Seeker. I'm pretty sure Chancho is probably still better than Dream Seeker for this team. Wait, is it? Yeah, probably actually. Probably. Weeklies and 10 games. I don't have to do HSR weeklies because technically they're done already. Weeklies don't take that long, so it's fine. They don't take that long. Hold on, how does Dream Seeker do again? She's just like lightning damage, right? And a bit of synergy attack. Yeah. I wonder if we'll get like another general Astrolop. Because technically Dreamseeker is a general Astrolop, right? Because she can be used in any. Because its half thing is just when the Astral Ring is active. And not when specific Astral Ring. When does Triple S Dreamseeker come out? It's already out. You just need to complete chapter 10. If you complete chapter 10, you get the last one for the Dreamseeker. Dubious dodge, shut the fuck up. Yeah. You just need to do this, and then you get the last one. I think you need to do... What chapters was it again? I think it's chapter 4? Yeah, you need to do chapter 4 for SS. You need to complete this one for SS, and then you need to complete chapter 10 for SSS. Yeah. You have Triple S Dreamseeker now? Oh, so you did chapter 10. How long is it, Hard? How long is chapter 10? Because, oh god, I mean, regardless of how long it is, it's still probably going to be like 2 streams or something, right? Because even if it's 4 hours long, I'm still gonna take double the time or if it's something like that, right? I forgot. Ah, I see. Okay. I mean, like I said, we'll tackle that tomorrow. Oh boy. Why does it look so... I mean, the CG itself makes it look very comfy and like nothing bad's gonna happen. But those are the worst chapters. Because that's the chapters where a shit ton of stuff happens. Okay. I mean, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Wait, why is this sleeping? All right. Okay. Let's just get that. Cool. Do I need to buy anything from the shop? I don't remember. Do I? No, we do not. All right, I need to like run with these two so I can buy them. Oh, but I don't even have like a lot. Wait, hold up. All we inspired weekly PE ones. Let's see. Anything here? No. I also have to figure out what to use the 200 on. It was awful. Okay, but hard. That's the issue is I don't know. I don't think your rating is ever, let's say, useful because you have like a. Actually, I don't remember. Why don't I trust your rating? I know I don't trust your rating, but I can't remember why. Why was it again? Yeah, I can't remember why I don't trust your rating, but I know I don't trust your rating or your ratings. Not trusting anyone with HSR rating too. Well, yes, because people be stupid and people love to just run a narrative where, yeah, people just like running a narrative, right? Also, with HSR, a lot of people who, let's say, gave it a rating probably are most likely haven't done this story themselves, right? And just, taking the rating from someone else or, like from a group of sources. Ethos got pregnant. Oh my god, that sucks. I wanted to buy G to be the one to get pregnant. Okay, that's why I don't trust your ratings. Because your ratings are stupid. Okay, now I remember. Now I remember. Also, I don't think we'll. No, actually, since we're technically going to the past, there's a good chance we see Litost. We wouldn't see Baiji at all. So that's why. Okay. Also, that would be wrong. Because you wouldn't see Baiji anymore, right? Because we're going back even further into the past. So yeah. So yeah. So that can't even happen. You watched 33 million streams and barely anyone understood it. Is there even enough time in the? Is there even enough? No, there's probably like 33 million streamers. Would there? Probably. Yeah, I guess if you include Billy streams, right? There's like definitely 33 million. Yeah. Okay. What was I gonna check? Oh, I was gonna check what the hell I can spend the thing on. Nope, not that. Where is it? Nope, not that. Ah, here it is. Hmm. This is tempting, but it's not worth it because I can't even like S to anything. I mean, I could just get more of these to be honest, and get more dupes, more copies of PE. I think I'm good in prisms. Oh wait, hold up. It's 60. 600, so it's like 540, right? This is tempting. Yeah, no, let's buy that. That is actually, yeah. Which BP am I choosing with flowers? Worse liar than I am. I'm pretty sure the 33 million is referencing HSR. Which BP do you buy with the flowers? Technically either one. Alright, where is it? Is it this one? This is Paladin, right? Yeah, this is Paladin. No. Yeah, this is Paladin and this is Knight. Well, both of these will give you BP. You technically have a higher chance than this one, right? Because there's a total of 500 in comparison to 100. But I mean, either one, right? This one has more rewards, right? Because this is like the full BP. Because that's essentially this one, right? So you get all of the extra stuff that's down here, which essentially it's fine, right? It gives you right. It gives you like I think 4 or 5 more of these balls. Yeah, it gives you like 4 or 5 more of these balls, and the other materials you can most likely use, right? Like you can use this stuff, right? But that's only if you're like doing affixes, right? And I guess it gives you the emblem, right? the avatar frame, so you can use. But yeah, like just getting this one is already the brunt of the rewards. This one itself. This one is if you want like the extra stuff and the emblem specifically. But yeah, like just go on the one that you think has technically the higher chance, right? Where is it? Am I like blind? Is it here? Yeah, here it is. Yeah. Figurine. I mean, I might send. I mean, I'll probably send like one in each of these two, right? And I kind of do want the Elysia, like spring thingy, like this thing. Although the figure is like also nice, but like it's only 3 out of 37,000 people, right? So it's like, do you want to get lucky? I mean, the same applies to all of these, right? But you know, this is 3, 5, 10, right? So it's like the smart choice is putting all your tickets in this one, right? In these two. What's technically this one, right? Because 500. But that's what a lot of people did. Wait, really? 54,000 tickets on the Partisan BP? That's surprising. I would have expected this one to have higher, since, you know, 500. I mean, sure. And if you, I guess, kind of want to, let's say, quote unquote, guarantee, you just put this in here, right? But there's only 100, right? So it's like, eh. At most, you'll get like 2 pulls, right? If you're lucky. Or a pull if you're lucky, right? So, yeah, I mean, just pick on whichever you want. I'll probably send it on maybe this and this once I get all my things. Because I need to do the freaking Elise event to do this. And I need to do. Yeah, I need to do the Elise event to get all my things. Yeah. And a new chapter. Yeah. You're never getting the chibi Alicia. I mean, it's a cute run. Alright, did you see that they're releasing a Cube Alicia thing? Similar to how they did with Teresa. Hold up, let me find if I can find it. Because I think Chibi posted it. Was it Chibi that posted it? Alright, and they're also releasing the yo-yo, Senna's yo-yos. Yeah, if you wanted Senna's yo-yos, like you can actually get them. Yeah. I think this is yeah, like the pre-evolved yo-yos. Yeah. I think they had it around here. The Cublisa stuff. Wait, what? They're releasing a Chimera, a Ligus Chimera. Okay, sure. Ligus Chimera, okay. I just know they're releasing an Elysian Android and Elysian Perfume. Yeah, they're releasing that. The Elysian Android, the Elysian Perfume, and an Elysia Watch, if I remember. Alright, they're also releasing like this Elysia, like a still card for Visa and Elysia, right? Which actually looks kind of nice. This actually looks kind of nice. Like the Visa one is like, ooh. Ooh. Yeah, there's like releasing it for Kiana, May, and Bronya too, right? Whereas, all right, there's a freaking time runner. It's not, no, it's not a Fumo, but like a time runner plushie too. So it's like, the time runner one does look nice. Oh yeah, here it is, the Cube Licia. The same thing that they did with Teresa and Durando. All right, and here's the perfume and I think skin cream, right? Yeah, and the Elysia watch. Like it's a lot of Elysia merch. So yeah. All right, and the Herschel of Reason figure, which actually doesn't look bad. The Herschel Reason figure, it actually looks kind of neat. But I think it's a 1/8 figure for the Herschel Reason one, right? Oh yeah, it's a 1/8 figure. Yeah, it doesn't look bad. Yeah. I wish I had money. Well, get the forbidden job, and then you'll have money. Or rob a bank. I don't condone you to do that, but there's several ways you can get money. Yeah. This is where we are whales. No, 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 no. We are not whales. No one's a whale here. No, I want to stay unemployed forever. Well, that's not really an option, HUD. Unless your country has universal welfare, but I'm pretty sure no country has that. So that is not really a thing, HUD. Oh, I guess unless you belong to like a rich family, then maybe that's a thing. But yeah, I don't think that's a thing. Oh wait, they're releasing a Syrian hand puppets for GGZ. Yeah, now they're releasing a lot of merch. Oh yeah, like recently. Yeah, even GGC merch, right? Acrylic stands from GGC. Damn. Oh, the brownie one too. Ooh. Oh, that is actually nice. I mean, there's a freaking acrylic stand, but still it doesn't look too bad. Wait, one sec, chat. Let me close my window. I mean, window. Hold up. Why is the police outside? Why did I just say police like that? The hell is wrong with me? Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah. What's this fucker song? This is Green Apple, Inferno. I believe, wasn't this the... Yeah, this was the Fire Force opening theme for season 1. Like, oh my god, was that 4 years ago? Yeah, I think it was 4 years ago. Yeah. Like I don't want to say 4 years is old. It's a long time, but yeah. Play another song is literally going in like a random playlist. Ain't choosing anything. Besides, the song is fine. Let's see. Was there like any news since yesterday? Um, okay, since Friday. Let's see, let's see. I don't think so. Oh wait, no, no, wasn't the a whatchamacallit? What's the game called again? A CZN like developer thing or update preview? It would be nice if I could find it, but I did watch it already. And essentially, they're just adding some like preview for some system changes, if I recall correctly. I mean, the update's in a few days, I think, in like 3 days anyway. So, I mean, it's gonna come soon anyway, so it's fine. Yeah, the patch preview. Yeah, like I think it's only Yuki, which is the only new character, right? I mean, we have a good amount of pools for CZN, so we'll see it once it drops. Yeah, we'll put when it drops because I finally got to level 14 CCN, so I can start actually farming for, I guess, technically relics, right? Okay, okay. Yeah, because I think apart from that, there was nothing else. Oh yeah, this morning. Yeah, now I remember. I guess this morning was the Worlds Finals, right, for League, and it was. I mean, it was pretty good, right? It was just disappointing because KT were literally up 2 games, and then they freaking just lost 3 games to T1. They were literally one game away from winning, by the way, which was like, how did you guys fumble it? Because I'm pretty sure game 3 was game 3 fine? I think that game 3 was a bit close, right? But oh my god, they actually just fumbled it. I mean, scripted. I mean, there's an argument that it's scripted, right? Because oh my god, they got the free Pete back on KCN. Oh my god, they actually won the third time in a row, right? And Faker gets his sixth Worlds win. Of course, you talk about League. I mean, I've talked about League many times, hard. And I did talk about, let's say, the pro scene of League mainly just when it's the Worlds, right? Because when it's not Worlds, it's kind of like, yeah, I guess maybe MSI too, but yeah. But yeah, I mean, I mean, I don't know if you guys, let's say, know about Casual or I guess Dom, right? But they're both gonna go bold because of T1 winning, so that's gonna be fun to see. I think Dom actually already started shaving his head, but yeah, that was like the funny thing. Okay, that's, to be honest, the only reason why I wanted T1 to win, right? Because I don't really care about it being the Faker sixth win or the third Worlds win in a row, right? But I just the only investment I had for this year's World was him going bold, Keiichiro going bold. I have no idea what you're talking about. I mean, it's fine. It was just a league streamer made a bet last year that if T1 wins again this year, that he will shave his head bald, and they did it. So he's gonna go bold. But yeah, because there was like no real, let's say, interesting storylines this year, right? I mean, the most interesting storyline was Peanut, right? This being his last Worlds. But I mean, he freaking Peanuts, was it TES? No, it wasn't TES. No, I think it was TES, right? They got knocked out, right? So it was like in the group stages. So it's like, I mean, apart from that, there was like no real interesting storyline. I'm what, you should do that too. Hell no, I ain't going bold. I'm never gonna go bold. No, 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 no. I feel like if you want to be bold, you need to have like a specific skull shape or head shape to go bold. Because if you have like a dented head shape, you're like, no, 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 no. You do not do that. You do not do that at all. Oh, did I even check? All right, it was Sushan. Okay, so it should be fine. It should be fine. Let me see. Did I do my Umo 10 pulls? Hold up, let me log in quickly to Umo to see if I did my 10 pulls, because technically it resets in 30 minutes or 25 minutes. Hold up, hold up, hold up. No, 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 no. It's just a free 10 pulls. I'm not gonna. I literally have no pulls in Uma because I literally spent the 17k already. I just want to check if I did the free 10 pulls, because I also need to do the freaking start the Unity cup runs, because I have not started any runs at all. Don't worry, you're the ugly with hair, so your going ball won't change. Shut the fuck up, Hard. Okay, okay, okay. Let's see. Did I do them? Did I do them? Did I do them? Yes, I did. Okay, I already did them. Okay, cool. Is there anything here? Oh, okay. Give me my 300. Cool. Okay, okay. Okay, let's see. They didn't call themselves KNY after Demon Slayer, did they? There's no way, right? Hold up. Did they? No, no, no. There's no way they did. No, 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 no. Okay, oh, because this is Bleed. Oh my god, it's a Vilvi boss. Okay, no wonder it's Vilvi. I mean, it's a Sushang fight. Okay, Jesus Christ. A surprising Vilvi fight. Then let's change it to this, right? Yeah, yeah. Is this the group? Yeah, it is the group. I think it is the group. I think it is the group. Yeah, it should be. Okay. Oh my god, not Abyss. What do you mean not Abyss? It's literally in the stream title, you fuck. Why are you surprised about there being Abyss in the stream when it's literally in the stream title? It's like freaking having cereal and then being surprised, oh, there's cereal in the cereal. Okay. The title too long. Obviously, I haven't read it. No. Hold on. The title is literally like what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 words. 8 words. Shut the. Unless you're telling me you have like no attention span, or that illiterate. No. I refuse to believe. Actually, no. It's you, Hard. So maybe. You may be stupid enough to actually not be able to read more than 2 words. He should talk about doing that instead of doing this. Okay, but like, can I talk about it while doing this? I mean, technically I could, but I am literally gonna lose train of thought. You do know that, right? Because I'm gonna get pissed off about something in the biz and I'm gonna lose my train of thought in about the Amphoria stuff. Also, I don't think I'm gonna have to try too hard on this abyss, right? So it shouldn't take too long. Copium? Surely. And what do you mean? My abyss run is basically giving you like what you should be doing and how you should score well in this abyss. I mean, not really, but you know. Probably play better than you do, Hard, so yeah. No, what even is AMPHO? Exactly! You don't even know what the fuck AMPHO is. Because you don't even play Star Rail. No, you don't play Star Rail. It's usually useful to copy, but shut that up. Okay. Let's see, just die. Is this already? Oh, this is already 53. Okay. I should have just allowed bursted. Oh, see, my bad. Okay. Yeah, using old here is actually fine. Is actually arguably good then. Because cooldown reduction. Well, not cooldown reduction, but cooldown timing. Okay. And what is about HSI? Yes, it's Amphorius is the, I guess, the story that just finished for Star Rail that went on for 8 patches. Since it started from 3.0 all the way until 3.7. Okay. Maybe we should actually start with Vita and do the Vita combo first, rather than Tushang. It doesn't matter. These are just the height stages. You don't really need to optimize too much for this. Game showed me how little people are capable of reading books nowadays. Are you surprised, Naturalize? That people of this age have lost the ability to understand things? I'm not. I very much expected for it to be like this. I mean, that means today's stream is gonna be another boring ass stream. Shut the hell up, Sud. Books smell good. No, they actually do. Like the books do have like, especially new books. New books have like that really like that really like nice smell, right? It's like that musky smell. No, not really as a musky smell. I don't know how do you describe the book smell? Regardless, it's a really nice smell. I guess it is a kind of like a musk, right? It's a good type of musk. Regard anyway. No, old books smell better. No, 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 no. Like, have you ever smelled a book that was in a smoker's house? That shit smells like ass. I wouldn't say all books smell nice. Maybe Impact out of the last kind of that can. No, because even Impact some a fair amount of Impact players don't know how to read. I can tell you that. Hud being one of them. Hud doesn't know how to read. No, shut your back. Old books smell so alive. What the hell is that description? Old books smell alive. How the hell can a book smell so alive? Also, what the fuck is that alive smell? I mean, I guess as long as it's not a rotten corpse smell, I guess it's an alive smell. But I feel like that's a very much reaching it. Everyone loves Alicia. Oh, you'd be surprised. Some people don't like Alicia. Okay, let's see. Okay, it's the side stage, right? Yeah. Frost, so it's just an Alicia. No, no, no. That's. Do we use the old Alicia? Wait, is it? Wait. Psychic, Psychic. Wait, Mag, Psychic. The new Alicia is Stardust, right? That's like, yeah, I guess it is kind of like the old Alicia. Oh, because she's also. Oh, okay. She does support the. Okay. Sure. Pretty sure they showed more CZN characters. Yeah, they showed like a few CZN characters, but I mean, we'll just have to wait to see if the partners are the playable, right? I can tell by the sound that old books have been through a lot. Alicia haters of Discord mods. I can see the argument there. Why the hell am I frost underneath? Double frost underneath me. But no, like, I get the people who hate Elisa in the sense that, you know, she's like shoved into everywhere, right? I can kind of see that sentiment, right? I can kind of get that, but no, I don't. I mean, Elisa for me is fine, right? He's not like bad or anything. Does old? Oh, old is QT. Okay. How do I do this again? Right. Okay, now I remember. Although I'm pretty sure probably could have just used the new Alicia rather than this version. But it's fine. Alicia represents perfection. I mean, I guess right, because she's like the pristine human, right? I can't see that. Okay, there we go. Is this the last stage? Yes, it is. Cool. I like this version animation. Don't have the weapons though. Which one? Which version? This one or the new version? Because there's two versions. Oh, 93. Oh, Ego. Okay. Yeah, I like this one's animations because it's more of a callback to Elysium Everlasting, right? And the Flame Chasers, right? Because, well, specifically true, right? Because it's literally the attacks from it, right? And she also isn't that bad to play, right? She also feels kind of neat to play. Although the new Alicia isn't too bad either, right? But she plays differently since she's Infinitude. Can you stop having your shield, you fuck? Oh my god, I hate this one. Because they just block anything from that side. Even if you have like a unidirectional attack. Oh my god. There we go. Don't have the weapon though. I mean, you just have to wait until the rerun, right? Although I don't know when the HOH new gear gets rerun though. Because I don't think it's rerun this patch. Yeah, no. Like, you're not devoted enough to Elisa, you need to get a weapon. I got to see the young world in the early chapters. Young world in the early chapters? Uh... Are you talking about Joachim World, or are you talking about World while he's already the leader of anti-entropy? But technically they're the same person, right? But you know, there's young and young. Einstein called him funny names. So it may be Joachim, right? The young worlds. Yeah. Because that should be. Oh, from the top of my head, it should be like chapter 11, right? Is when it's like starts being about Welt and Bronya, right? Is it 11? Oh no, it's chapter 10. No, it's chapter 10, 11, yeah. No, because 11 is like when you learn more about him, and 10 is like when you get like a brief introduction. Yeah. I forget that like chapter like from 9 to like 12 is there's quite a few chapters because there's like 10x2 and 9x, right? It's more than just, 3 chapters. It's technically like 6 because of the X chapters. Okay. The cinematic's supposed to be low quality, or do I need to change? Yeah, I don't know why the early chapters are like low quality, because they are like high quality versions of them, but for some reason in game they're low quality. Some of the CGs. I think one of the Bronya's one is like the most that looks the worst, if I remember. But I think it's after chapter. I think it's, if I recall correctly, it's from. I think from chapter 15 onwards, that gets fixed. Because I don't remember any of these like onwards having like any issues. Is it chapter 15 or chapter 18 that they get fixed? Is one of these two. But I do remember like the early chapters having like a looking little. Oh no! The one that looks the worst is chapter. It's chapter 9 when you push back when Herschel of the Void gets hit by the Celine. When she gets hit by the Celine beam, and then that's like when it looks insanely pixelated. Yeah, that's the one that looks the worst, actually. What is so ugly, but I'm glad he isn't relevant in the story anymore. I mean, not in the main story, right? Because, World is kind of chilling in Reason Studio. I mean, technically he is relevant in Is he relevant in AMPHO 2? Not really. He's relevant in AMPHO 1. But, I mean, Who knows when this continues? It's been 3 years since this was a thing. Maybe it's cope that they're working on AMPHO 3. Maybe. Something like that since playing Peak Train. Yeah. Let's see. He's talking about Star Rail HUD. Right, look at the last stage. It is this team, right? Or are people using something else here? No, it looks like this is this team. Yeah. Physical. Wait. I believe it doesn't scale up physical, right? So it should be like these two. Yeah, should be fine. Oh, they're a new player. I think HUD's played before and then started playing again. I mean, not HUD, Naturalize, I think. Too early. Oh, wait, I'm doing this way too quickly. I need her to spawn, because if I use the Suchang stuff, it delays her movements. Okay, now go to your... Okay. Maybe I should have changed to half fast so I didn't have to do this. Okay. What is it? Oh, right, dodge. Right. Don't get hit, don't get hit, don't get hit. Fuck! Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Did she spawn? Please tell me she spawned. Okay, she spawned. I don't think I go back to Sushang, right? No, to Vita. We skipped the Vita transition here. Yeah, because Vita like takes way too long. Okay. Go to the middle, Vilvi. $7.56. Isn't it like $7.90 for first rights? Yeah, this is a fifth. This is an ugly score. Hold up. You suck. First boss, early, second boss, Vita, wide comment. Wait, for which one? Wait, which boss? Are you talking about this one? Yeah, this is early, this is Vita. And then this anything but electric. Yeah, you're talking about MA, yeah. I mean, technically this one is you can just freaking tell him with this, right? If I remember. I think you should be able to tell him, or is it actually the... Yeah, you can just tell him with this one. You can just do this, which is kind of funny. Where is it? This, and this, right? This. and you can just 0-second it. Well, this is what you're technically meant to do with the last one always. You're meant to make it 0 seconds. Second one, yeah. Because this is what the last floor is always. That that's what the last floor is always meant to be. You're meant to be able to 0-second it and get 946. But obviously, you can only do this if your count is like very well developed. Because there's usually like a lot of different ways to do this. Thalum is the easiest one for this, for specifically HOV, right? But like, there's always the usual team that you can use here is usually this team, right? Because it's like 2-3 characters and it's usually this team, right? Because you can farm all of these characters. I mean, the main annoying thing is like getting this, but I think it's technically doable, right? But yeah, this is usually the team you use in the last floor, in the last for the last boss to get a 0-second clear, because you can see everyone has 946, and 946 means it's a 0-second kill. Thelema still matter. Yeah, I mean, if it's a specific boss, Thelema is most likely it. I think for Thelema it's specifically Donegui, right? For Thelema's boss. Although I don't think we've seen Donegui in a while. Where is it? Is Donegui here? Yeah. If you serve this boss, it's usually a Thelema boss fights. A boss of sacrifice, yeah. Was this put in MA yet? No, this. I can't remember. This isn't in MA yet, is it? Because this was the boss from chapter 9. Because Litos is a Helia boss. What was a Coralie boss? I actually don't remember. What the hell was a Coralie boss? Was it Hush of Ice? Yeah, I can't remember what they made Coralie boss be. Because I'm pretty sure it's not this. Because you only fight this in this story. Yeah. No characters are free anymore. I mean, technically they're free. Well, quote unquote free. You just need to, do everything in a patch. And you can kind of guarantee the character. I think you can. Especially with, the patches being as long as they are now. Donaghy is cute. I mean, yeah. Donaghy is cute. It's also like the funny thing about Donaghy is like the contrast with his voice and his appearance. He has such an old man voice. Okay. I think that is how you start this fight. No, I think I should have done the Vita. Not Vita start, but switched to Vita and used summoned Sky Traveler first. Maybe it's actually switch it like this. Because that phases, right? Yeah, that phases. Okay. We don't get hit by like Damas here. Ah, fuck you. Hmm. $7.99. This isn't gonna be hit it because this doesn't take her down to Last HP, but that's it. This phases it to the last one, right? Yeah, it does. Oh, this is worse. Huh. Okay, maybe it's not Stella Outburst that early. Can you do the Donahue impression? Hell no. I did not know how to do Donahue impression. I did the right gear, right? I'm not like being stupid here. Yeah, that is technically all correct. What am I missing? Because I think I do this right. Nope. Use it way too early. I think I need to hold this. Hold it until when she comes down. Then activate it. Okay, activated now. Switch back. Okay. Because then I'll get an immediate change, right? I mean, I got the immediate change, but then it ran out instantly. And then I didn't get vetoed there. Okay, face. What the? Okay. Fuck me then. Oh my god. This doesn't even hit. Bruh. Why am I so bad? Why am I actually so bad? That is the real question here. Okay. There's no point in going to Carly yet. The ones that were shooting. No. Maybe cell outbusting here is the answer? I don't think it's the answer, cell outbusting there though. Okay. That's technically better time. Okay, now let's just not get hit by like a dumbass here. Oh wait, it's meant to be. Okay. Up. Okay. .808, which is not the best. Okay, this phases her. Okay, now I need you to... Vilvi, go into the middle, you bitch. Huh? Does he also not count as... Wait, what? This is so weird. You know what? It's fine. I could bash my head into this more, but I feel like it's Fine. Wait, hold on. Do I look at the reference? Lock in. Oh, why is it taking so long? Insulting women again. Okay, but like, you do see it's being annoying where she's just literally standing still. She's literally like 1 or 2 inches away from the middle, and then she's like, let me just give me like 5 seconds, and then I'll move to the middle. She's like, killing my score. Hold up. HI3 Abyss ability. Like, what is the thing here? Are they actually using they're actually using Vita Starter, but Vita Starter doesn't work since you can't attack with her. No? Or can you? I guess you can. I don't know. Yeah, I guess you can attack her, right? But it's just you can't do anything. So just I guess you can, huh? Because she technically still takes damage, but you just can't damage her properly. Uh-huh. 9:30 transition, by the way. Okay, sure. Okay. Is a 9:30 transition. There's no way they changed into Vita, right? Because Vita like wastes too much time with that thing. Really? I guess because you need the damage output, right? Because then you don't have double Sushang Stellar Buster, right? Or double Sushang QT. He has one number in his numbers. Yes. Wait, does he? 818, 8 transition phase. 899, 799, sorry. I should be able to, let's say, do that, right? I think they're just looking for an excuse to insult women again. Okay, but I'm like, how am I looking for an excuse to insult women? Do you think I'm that much of a misogynist? Do not answer that question since you're just gonna say yes. Okay. Oh my god, why did I do that? I'm so stupid. What? Okay, no, we did it way too early. Okay. I'm stupid then. Why the hell did I do that? Like, you're always insulting women, but whatever, I guess. Okay, how am I always insulting women? And just because I'm insulting you, that's not like a reason. I'm specifically insulting you. Because you're you. Not for any other reason. Okay. What? Okay. I feel like I'm fucking up already. Okay, 918. Technically I'm slower. Who's shooting me? Who's gonna shoot me? You're gonna shoot me. Nope, wrong one. You're gonna shoot me. No, you don't. Oh my fucking god. Hey, do the beat song change. Hey. Okay, okay. 787. It would have been higher. I could have gotten 790 something. You don't even know if I'm a woman. Oh my god, I'm talking about all the time when you said women shouldn't be playing games and stuff because they're stupid. Okay, my name is not Whippo in the first place. So no, I haven't said anything like that. Oh, do I really wanna? I mean, they're SS. They have an SS Sushang with an SS like S2 SS plus 2 weapon. But it would feel really nice if I beat them. Oh, wait, hold up. I have activated this, by the way, right? Hold up. I did activate her SS, right? Hold up. It looks like I have, actually. Yeah, looks like I have. I mean, not her SS, her S2. Yeah, looks like I have, actually. Okay. Wait, hold up. Well, let me actually reread hers too. Because when casting weapon skill. Oh, when it's casting weapon skill. Oh, I thought it was when it's charge attack. Okay, never mind. It's weapon skill. Ah, okay, that makes sense. Who's this? What do you mean, who's this? Oh, it's Bippo. Freaking League pro player who said that women shouldn't be women aren't competitive to men in competitive games because of their periods, which is a stupid ass thing to say. Because, yep, I don't know why he said that, but yeah, it was a stupid ass comment. That was too late. That was too late. Should have done it earlier. As soon as I saw the cat. Hisorio. What do you mean Hisorio? Wait, wasn't I meant to? Oh, I'm so stupid. I am so stupid there. Why did I was meant to sell Outburst there? Oh, god damn it. No, you don't. Son of a bitch, the camera just loves to fuck me. Oh, that's way too early. That's way too early. Kill me. Kill me. I have to get my political opinions from gamers too. I don't know. People do be stupid. People do be stupid for some reason. Well, it's not really for some reason, but you know. And I didn't say quick abyss in the first place, did I? Did I? Hold up. What? Oh my god, why am I such a grief? Oh. Shut fucking up. God, okay. Last try. Regardless of how this ends up, last try. Yeah, last try. Regardless, it doesn't matter if I get a good score here or not. Hmm. Why is the cannon still up, by the way? Okay, yep. Okay, who's gonna shoot me? Who's gonna shoot me? Who's gonna shoot me? You're gonna shoot me. You're gonna shoot me. No, you don't. Okay. So if the camera fucks me again, I'm gonna... I should have maybe altered that. I know, I definitely should have altered that with, her. Okay, that was just me inting myself. Okay, phase. Okay, that's worse. How was this one worse? Oh, whatever. Whatever, it's fine. How was this run worse, by the way? Oh, it's fine. It's fine. Oh, that's actually so annoying. Wasn't the run going well? It's probably because I didn't in the second phase when Vilvi respawns, I probably should have done weapon active into ult, then switch to Corley, and then yeah, that's probably it, right? Because I didn't Corley ult either. Ah, whatever, it's fine, it's fine. I said that was last run. That's annoying though. When are you ending stream? I hope you won't beat your own score. Shut the fuck up, Hud. When I am ending stream, probably cutoff point is probably slightly around 5:30 or 6, since I have to get ready for a dinner later on at 7ish. Let's see, let's claim this. I don't need to buy anything here, right? Hold up. I mean, technically, we'll end up getting all of the things we're here right anyway, right? So, I guess let's just get this. Yeah. Ooh, 60! Hold up. Oh, wait, that's only like 600. That means a lot. Yeah, that's so nice. Okay. Why is it shining? Oh, okay. Basically do the event. Okay. Hold up. How many do I need for my next doo-doo rank? Unlockable? What do you mean unlockable? Oh, wait. Have I not unlocked this? Okay. Cool. Alright, it's 150 per upgrade now. Kill me. How many do we need in total? So 150, 300, 450, 600. Oh, I need 600 for a success. Sure. Okay. Oh, gotta go. Alright. See you. Take care, Huds. Okay, so that's that. Okay, let's see. Let me switch to RL. No, literally writing HSN category. Okay, out of for this. Okay. Let me open up the RL then. So we can talk about Amphorius for the next 2 hours or so. Okay. Oh, wait. Am I Captain CZN? Wait, hold up. Am I Captain CZN? Wait a minute. Hold up. First, let's relaunch Uma, because it reset already. And let's do a tempo there. I may have to put a Cesian in the background so I can use up my stamina. Okay. No, we're not playing Cesian. I'm just gonna put it in the background to use up my stamina because I think I am capped. Okay, and let me do my tempo here. Every tempo. Where is it? Here it is. Ooh. I'm like 3 days away from guaranteed. Okay, give me. Oh, okay. Maybe we could wait. Actually, no. Give me a Sweet Toe Show because I think I'm LB3 now. That's not a Sweet Toe Show. SR Sweet Toe Show. Let me be specific here. Okay, now give me the SSR version of you because we need you for the new one because I didn't freaking have oh my god, what is the... Oh my god, I can't... Tanaka? Yeah, I don't even have Tanaka. Oh, another one? Nah, come on. I already have you at SSR. I mean, at MLB. God damn it. Because I've actually... What is she at? What is my Sweet Social at now? Because my Sweet Social actually went from LB0 to... Yeah, LB3. I had no dupes on her. But I've gotten like 3 dupes. So that's actually nice. I need 1 more. And then we're good. Kind of wish I didn't get this SSR... the SSR version of her. Because it's okay, but it's not as good as, you know, her SSR version, right? But yeah. Did I get anything else that I can upgrade? Alright, I got this. Is this even any good? Hold on, what does this card have? Special priority. Kyoto Maverick. Oh, it's a debuff card. Oh. Straight Descent. And Highlander. Highlander Straight Descent Kyoto Maverick. What's Korea? Firm conditions. Long. Oh, it also has swing. I mean, it might not be. It might be okay. It might be okay. Okay. Not amazing. No. Hold up. Let me. Where is it? Cesian. Let me check up. Let me check if my. If I'm Captain not in Cesian first. Shell Cesian. Sure. Let me first open up the stove client. Because that client is a piece of shit. Fuck! Why did I drop this? No. Fine. Okay. Cesian's here, I guess. Why is Cesian not showing up? Oh, there it is. All right. Since you know I've been playing this in the background. I got 10 pools, some standard pools. Okay, I'm not gonna be capped. Okay, that's fine. And I have gotten some new characters. Right. I got where is she? I got a Veronica, which is nice, and I also already have Maylin, right? So I can do the Veronica Maylin team, right? And I do have Serena for it, right? Too. So it's like I technically have like 2 teams for this, right? I also want to figure out if I can make a team with Ren, right? But I mean, like, I'm still like working on this team, right? The Haru Kalipe and Mika team, right? Because okay, I'm kind of annoyed, right? Because I did a Mika run yesterday, and where is it? This run was so good, by the way. It's actually so annoying. Because this run also had Rally Zero with AP. It had like it got rid of the water. I like such a good run for this because I'm missing one source water. I had three source water with a rally with AP. It was like actually really good. Uh, and then actually so annoying that I lost like some of the cards for that run. Actually tilted me. What is this? Compensation? Ooh, all right. This is the compensation for the fuck up from the director fuck up. Right. Yeah, I have like 61 pools here because I haven't done any standard right since any limited since we got Haru. And yeah. Oh wait, wait, hold up. Can we do we just buy 160? Yeah, no, let's do it. I'm so ill. I mean, it's fine. I have a lot of standard, like limited pools, right? Ah, god damn it, nothing. It's fine. What's her name again? I don't know if she's good. She's probably decent to be honest. But yeah, like I think I'm good for Yuki, maybe. Because we did get her quick. We got Haru really early, didn't we? Haru was in. Yeah, Haru was in literally 20 pools. Yeah, literally Haru was in 20 pools, which was kind of nice. But yeah, I'm far away from like literally 161. Okay. Let's see. Do I need to do anything here? I don't think I do. Yeah, I think I'm good on CCN. Oh, also what's pissing me off is this. This is red, right? But I've collected all of this already. This has actually been pissing me off since the other day. Because I have no way to get rid of this red dots. Which is actually so annoying. Okay, yeah, but we're good in CCN. Okay. Wait, did I... Hold up. I used my cafe, right? Yes, I did. Okay, good. And I've done... I probably should buy this. Yeah, let me just buy that just in case. Okay. All best characters and support cards. What, for CZN? I mean, yeah, kind of. I was watching Snowbreak yesterday with Fob. Oh, the the Snowbreak sponsor. Yeah, I watched a bit of it before I went to sleep, and yeah, Jesus Christ, that game. I think I watched like 30 minutes of that section, right? Yeah, Jesus Christ. That game is so close from just being a porn game. It got more HD. I mean, the models are like actually not bad from a bit that I saw. The model's not too bad, which I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. I mean, technically it's a good thing, right? But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure if anyone who plays that game is enjoying it, I mean, I guess that's all that matters, right? Let's see. Let me put this assignment. I did do the. Where is it? I have done. Yeah, that's done. Don't have to worry about that. And I did these two max. Cool. All right, I do kind of want to play more of the basically the TFT because it is quite fun. But maybe I'll some other time. Okay, let me use up my energy. I don't need any of this. Let me get. I guess let me. Okay, what do I need to? What do I need to get? Because I need to get her to 180 speed. She needs to be 180 speed for the trays, right? It is 180, right? Yeah, 180 speeds. Yeah. What is? Oh wait, hold up. No, how 180 is kind of dependent on. Okay, first I need to get her to 200 speed. She's not at 200 speed yet, which is a bit annoying. But I need to, and I think the ones who are missing speed are this one. Okay, so I should send it on Grove. Hold up. Where's Simu? Here it is. Pull extraction. It's this one, right? Yeah, Nicolo. And yeah. I am glad that you can just send it like this, by the way. It's just that's boss of the boss of the boss, which is kind of nice. Weeklies are two things now. I mean, I think it's fine. It doesn't take too long. You did the thing. Wait, what thing? Oh, you're talking about Simu. Yeah. Oh yeah, because I'm not sure how you meant to get 200 speed on Cyrene. By the way, I mean 180 speed on Cyrene, and also have like a good crit damage ratio, crit damage ratio, and HP. Because you need a lot. Which is, I mean, I guess it's kind of fine. I think so. Okay, let's see. Oh god, how the hell hold up? Now let me figure out. How the hell am I going to talk about Amphorius? I guess might as well start from the beginning, from 3.0, right? This is most likely going to be all over the place, by the way. It's more or less going to be coherent, but I may be jumping from place to place. So it should still be understandable, at the very least. I try not to jump too much from, let's say, like 3.0 to like 3.7, from like 3.0 to like 3.6 or something like that, right? So more or less should be coherent, right? Yeah, I should be. Do with the in-game thing. Actually, that'd be good for, let's say, reminding me of stuff, right? Because even though I have been paying attention to the story, I won't say that I remember everything that happened in every chapter. I remember most things. I think. Yeah, I do. Okay. Okay, so then this runs. Let me see. Has anything been announced? I don't. All right, isn't the Wua update this week? Well, not Wua updates. Wua live stream for 3.8 this week. Yeah, it is on Friday. Also, okay, people are like, I don't know why people, let's say, love making drama about stuff that isn't real. I guess the one thing I'm talking about is the freaking Dahlia stuff, right? That was, I guess, brought up. What was it, on Thursday or Friday that it started? And then apparently, like, a lot of people like, I guess, taking it in for face value. But then apparently, like, if you actually do the even small amount of research, it's easily proven not to be real, right? Because supposedly, people are like getting angry about Dahlia's character because apparently it was meant to be all referencing like a dead person, or using a dead person as a reference or something like that, right? And like people were getting pissed. But then from like quick research, it was actually shown that no, it's actually referencing a film, which is like, people are like stupid. I don't know. I guess that's the issue with, let's say, social media, right? People just don't even do the minimum thing or the minimum base research. She's albedo. Yeah, I mean, like, she is like very much albedo coded, right? And it's all dog shit. Why am I not surprised? Is there anything good for Castoris? Not really. I mean, this might be decent for Chibi. Okay, so nothing. Good. And I guess let's see if we have anything here for Cyrene. Because we need speed. somewhere, somehow. Bro, if this has like a... this one's okay. Wait, what is... Wait, hold up. Let me... What is my Cyrene wearing? She's actually wearing that... Oh, this has... Yeah. This is ass. It means 11 HP, but nothing else. This has no speed. Actually, getting 180 speed on Cyrene might not be too bad. I just need to get good rolls on this. On Chester and Planar. Then it might be okay. I didn't get anything here. Like I've got some decent pieces for Cyrene, right? Like this one. This one's actually not bad. Like 2 and 4 HP, right? Like this is actually kind of pretty good. This one's also not too bad. But I like more diverse stats, right? Also this one. Like this is the one I'm actually wearing. But yeah, like it could be better. And I have like 50 chests or 50 rerolls. But a lot of the time it's like kind of dog shit, if I'm being honest. But then again, it's a rerolling stat, so it's like, am I too surprised? If it had crit rate, crit damage, this would be bad. This wouldn't. I would actually go for this. It actually, this was crit rate, crit. God damn it! Actually, kind of tempting to take that one. It's crit rate. Sure. Oh, this isn't bad, but no hits on speed, and only 1 hit on HP. Then the other 2 are dog shit. Yeah, I mean, technically, nah. 4 stats needed. Talking about the taking turns. Oh, I see. 3 HP, 16%. I guess. Sure. Oh, wait, by the way, Naturalized, do you know around how much HP do you need on Cyrene? Or is it just like build as much HP as you can? Or is it like a recommended, let's say, upper limit or something? Okay, no, that's wind damage. No, we keep this. Dog shit. Dog shit. It's 3 HP, goes 1 on. Oh, okay, now why is it lightning? Really, I'm not gonna get anything, am I? I mean, I guess it's fine. It's like 3 quote unquote rolls. Ooh, hold up though. Why are you in defense, you piece of shit? Why couldn't you be in crit rate? Oh, but it's better than the other one. They said 5k. Oh, 5k, really? Okay. If it's only 5k... Wait, how much HP do I have on her? I have not checked. Huh. I'm gonna have to go for like 23 tickets. Okay, I wish like there was like a... You can do 10 at a time rather than doing 1 each time. Oh, but that's imaginary. God damn it. HP crit damage. No, this is bad. So it's like 3 HP, 3 crit damages. Wait, hold up. Bro, why is it 4 in break effect? You son of a bitch. Why? Oh man. Imagine this 4 was in freaking crit rate, by the way. Imagine. Oh, that'd be so good. I lose a bit of crit rate, but I think it's fine. Yeah, I have over 6k. Do I? I'll have 7k. Okay. I mean, it's probably like, let's say, fixed if I somehow get an ice piece here, right? Like if I get an ice, it probably fixes itself, right? Because how many HPs do I even have? That's like a one hit on HP, no hits on HP, two hits on HP there. Yeah, I mean, I could get this, which is better than that. Yeah, it's because I'm running double HP. If I wasn't running double HP, it'd probably be better. I'm on 50% crit rate. Okay, so I have like, I need to hit the speed somehow. Oh my god, I'm missing 11 speed now. 11 speed, 11 speed, 11 speed. Where is it? Uh, no, that's the one I already have. Maybe it's fine. Because I have like a big one here. Right. Nope. Nope. Really, I'm not getting anything, huh? Oh. No, because I need the speed. Fuck you. Fuck you, game. HP 1, 2. I mean, I lose a bit of HP, but like you said, I already have more than enough, right? No. We need speed. God damn it, this freaking game loves to tilt me sometimes, doesn't it? Nope. At least be ice, you son of a bitch. No. No, that's attacks, boots. I lose 2.9 crit rate, so I'll go to like 48 crit rate. But I'm getting into speed. But then also it's like an influx of HP too. Nah. Uh, nah. But it's like defense and break effect, so technically this is better. It's better, but it doesn't feel good. Have you had speed? I'd take you. Whatever. Okay. Now, why the hell did this stop? Oh. Okay, okay. Okay, so didn't really get too much there. I mean, we got a slight improvement, I guess. Okay. So. Chat, do you want to talk about Penacony instead of Amphorius? I kind of want to talk about Penacony instead. Who cares about Amphorius, right? This kind of is a continuance. No, I guess it does. Maybe start from the Evernight ending. um, Evernight ending. Wait, what do you mean start from the Evernight? What do you want me to start from the end of 3.7? I mean 3.6. No. Let's just start from like 3.0. Okay. I guess so. This will be more or less like a quote unquote recap. Kind of like a quote unquote recap. Oh my god, this is like actually so long. Jesus Christ, there's so much here. Yeah. Yep, that's the whole of. Wait, that's the whole of Forest? I don't know. That is the whole of Forest. Yeah, 3.0, 3.1, 3.2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Okay, just 3.7. What do you mean just 3.7? I'm pretty sure we're gonna talk through all of it. Through the whole of Amphorius. So we're gonna go from 3.0 to 3.7. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I'm like trying to wonder how to structure this then. Okay, so I guess let's talk about why the hell we even went to Amphorius, by the way, because wasn't the whole reason why we even went to Amphorius just because we needed to get fuel, and Black Swan suggested to go to Amphoris to get some fuel, right? And the other options apart from Amphoris were Lushaka, I think Edostar, and does it tell us? Does this shit tell us the other options, right? I mean, it should at the end, I think. Oh wait, no, this is not it. Okay, it doesn't tell us. Wait, no, it would be. Is it this? A temporary pause before they head some forests. Yeah, no, it'd be before this, right? It'd be farewell, Panaconi, right? Yeah, okay, that's some Furious, Fuel Crisis. Yeah, we needed Fuel Crisis. We needed some fuel. And Blackstone recommends Furious, right? That's like the main reason why, because we need the fuel, right? And Furious is technically the closest region to go to. So that's like one of the main reasons we went to Furious, and then before we headed straight to Furious, there was like the Sunday joining the Astral Express because he's technically fugitive in Penacony. But the main important thing about 2.7 was about Herta, right? We saw a small snippet where we actually see, the main Herta because she was doing an experiment because she wanted to get Noose's attention, right? Because she wanted to ask Noose a question. But the thing about Noose is that even if you were in Emanator for Noose, he never responded to anything, right? Because Noose was running his own calculations. So that's what was one of the big things, right? At the end of 2.7. So when we head to Amphorius, I guess one of the first things we see about Amphorius is that it's not really shaped like an actual planet, right? Because it's freaking shaped like an infinity sign. And not anything else. It doesn't have like, that global shape, right? But then again, I guess it doesn't matter, right? Because if you look at Penacony, technically it's just a hotel, right? You go to the Reverie Hotel and then you go into Penacony, right? The Dreamscape. So I guess that doesn't really matter. So, and I guess the first thing that happened when we got to Penacony, not Penacony, for it, before we enter Amphorius, March is already like, let's say, feeling sick, right? So she's not, let's say, in a condition to go into Amphorius, right? And since we're technically going to a strange land, since Amphorius isn't connected to the Silver Rail, which is the rail which Akavili had already made in the past, right? Where he joined up different planets via the Silver Rail. So yeah, via the Silver Rail. So we were technically going to an unexplored region, right? So we get sent down to Amphorius via a train card, right? So we go into Amphorius, and you know what? The first thing that happens, we get shot down mid-air by a spear, right? And somehow we survive that, but we don't really survive that because, later on we found out, oh, we actually died when we came into Amphorius. And Danhong was the one who. Technically, Danhong was the only one who survived in Amphorius, entering Amphorius, because we died entering Amphorius. But we were rescued by the power of Orynex, by the power of remembrance. And I guess this is like when I'm going to be jumping a bit, right? Because technically it's jumping to the end, right? But we were rescued rather than by Orynex or by, let's say, even March. We were rescued by Mem, right? Wait, were we rescued by Mem? No. We weren't rescued by Mem. We were rescued by technically by the power of Orynex. Yeah, Oryx is technically the one who rescued us, right? And then, you know, with Danhunk is surprised that, oh, we're breathing and we're walking normally, right? And one of the, let's say, interesting shots at the start of Amphorius, well, the start is that, hold up, maybe I can find it. I actually should be in my channel because I'm pretty sure I still streamed on the whole of Amphorius. Hold up. Uh, okay, that's not. Let's say 3.0. Hold up. Where would it be? Amphorius was like 6 months ago, I think. That's 3.2. What's 3.0? That's 3.1. 3.0, 3.0, 3.0. Oh no, that's the 3.0 special program. Okay, hold up. Is this right? Yes, this. Because there's a specific scene in which I guess is a callback to the end of 3.7. Because that's us going in some Furious. Because we crash land into Furious. I think it's here. Hold up. Where is it? It's all talking to that hunk. Let me bring it up. Because I spoke about this the other day, right? When at the end of 3.7, when, you know, Mem, you know, comes to us. Well, comes to us, but we don't notice, right? It's like, because there's a specific moment in this section. Oh, we're talking to Dan Hung when we like get the yeah, it's this because we see it's this scene because we don't see Mem, but Mem's already here, right? And it's, I guess, interesting to see how, like, obviously, you know, the 3.7 story was already planned out, right? But it explained, I guess, the end of 3.7 explained this moment, right? Because technically, Mem, by the time we get Mem in 3.0, it wouldn't make sense for Mem to be here, right? Since technically Mem came from Ornyx or slash Remembrance, but we hadn't even been seen by Fully yet. So this was like standing out, right? But obviously now with the context of 3.7, since this is the Cyrene who's woken up but without any of her memories, right? But it's, you know, it's basically shown the start of the cycle, right? But yeah, so we wake up, we ask what the hell happened, right? And we're not sure about anything, right? We just know we were attacked. So we go, you know, we leave this area where we're leaving the train card, you know, there because we can't really do anything, right? So we just get out, we see some NPCs, and then we immediately meet Finan. Yeah, we immediately end up meeting Finan, right? In Hanosopolis. And I think we meet Finan and Tribi, right? Are the first two crises we meet. Yeah, Finan and Tribi are the first two crises that we meet in Hanosopolis, right? And we like don't know what's happening, but all we know is that some people are being evacuated from here, right? And we essentially learn that the Black Tide is coming. We don't know what the hell the Black Tide is. Obviously, later we learn, you know, the Black Tide is Iron Tomb and, you know, the various, but doesn't matter right now. And then we go to, then we're, you know, we travel alongside Chibi and Finan and, you know, go to Okima, right? The homeland, right? Which is the last bastion in, yeah, which is essentially the last bastion in Amphorius against the Black Tides. And Amphorius is a very, very nice looking place, right? Well, not Amphorius. Well, Amphorius itself is, right? But Okima, right? Because it's a very Greek-esque type of place, right? Yeah, I mean it's literally inspired by like Greek mythology. I mean the whole of Amphoris is right. It's it leaves us an impression considering the first thing you see when you come into Okima is literally Kafle, right, holding the Dawn device, which, you know, is like a reference calling back to like Atlas, the Titan Atlas who was punished by Zeus and is made to hold up the world in the underworld, right? In Greek mythology. So it's like that's one of the well, for me that's like the one of the things that I saw like oh, it's kind of like Atlas, right? And technically, Kefle holding up the Dawn device is basically holding up the world, right? Because without the Dawn device, the whole of Euphoria is kind of dead. Since, you know, the Dawn device is kind of, producing the pseudo sunlight or the pseudo morning, right? Which acts as a protective barrier against the black tides. Yeah, and we come to Forest and we immediately meet Maide. Maide, who is like fighting some Titankin. Is it Titankin? Well, some corrupted Titankin, right? Who have like invaded Okima. So it's like very. He makes quite an entrance, Maide, right? And we immediately see like, you know, the kind of friendship that Maide and Fight and have because it's very like a rival type of friendship, right? But like a friendly rivalry, right? They pretty much respect each other, right? And immediately after that, we meet Castors, and we're immediately told that we should keep. I think it's 5 meters away from Castors, right? Because if we can get closer to Castors, we die. And actually tested this because if you actually get close to Castors when you initially meet her, you actually do die. Do I have it here? No, it's not here. Oh, hold up. Oh, where is it? Where is it? It would be here, right? Where is it? Is it here? Yeah, because yeah, because when you like you meet Cassius here, you're literally told to stay 5 meters away from her, right? And it even gives you the thing, right, where if you get close to her, it gets like even, let's say, harder to see. And when you get too close, you literally die, right? So that was kind of cool, right? That they did this, right? To kind of like enforce the fact that stay away from her, right? Like enforcing that, you know, she's basically kind of like cursed by death, right? So that was like a cool thing that they did, right? And even though we're, let's say, in Forest, we start learning a bit by bit, right? Because technically, Aglaya is introduced before we meet her, right? And she's introduced as the leader of Amphorius. And it's like not too bad because we already have, like, say, more or less a structure of how. Oh, not the leader of Amphorius, I'm sorry, the leader of Okima. And we kind of already have, like, his, you know, kind of like a image of how Okima works, right? With Aglaya the head, and then with the crisis as being directly underneath Aglaya, right? And that they're all fighting against the Black Tide, right? And then the first time you see Aglaya is when you actually come to the bathhouses because you see that she's fighting back against Nikador. You know, that she's like fighting back against Nikador, and yeah, that the reason why there's Titankin like attacking Okima is because Nikador's attacking Okima, right? And we don't know too much about who the fuck Nikador is, right? All we know is that they're a Titan and that they're, you know, invading Okima, right? And so we fight against Nikado, right? They show us the Holy Grail. Do they? No, they don't. Not yet. Yeah, not yet. So we fend off against Nikado with a bit of a Goliath's help, and then we end up realizing that this Nikado isn't, the actual Nikado, right? This is like a kind of like a weaker version of Nikado in a sense, right? But we also learned that we can't kill Nikado, that Nikado is invincible, right? So it's kind of like, what do we do? What do we do against an invincible enemy, right? So Nikado is kind of like then put into backstop because can't do anything, and we prevented his forces, right? His invasion, right? But oh wait, no. There's the two problems. A, Niko's invincible because we can't kill him. So kind of similar to Achilles, right, from Greek mythology, where from Greek mythos, right, where Achilles is invincible, but he has like one weakness, but it becomes more important, the Achilles thing, later on, but not yet, just yet. And the other thing is that we don't know where Nikodos' base is, right? Because when Nikodos and his army ever come to attack, they always disappear in the fog, right? So they haven't found his base. And one thing that happens when we push back Nikado, we see Chian kind of like follow their retreat, right? So it's like they're looking for it, right? So all we can do then until then is wait. So with Nikado's invasion, prevented, we can everyone can chill a bit, and we can get a better view of Okimo right now that everything is finally over. And so since everything is now safe and sound, we go and see we actually have a proper talk with the Glaya, who is the head of state for Okima. And the talk seems very civil. It seems like everything's fine, but then immediately kind of like the tone shift changes, right? Because we end up learning a bit about Aglai's power, where that has to do with like the golden strings, right? Oh wait, no. Before that happens, Aglai shows us a bit around, and we end up learning, let's say, about the history of Amphoris and that of how Amphoris was created, with how there was the creation titans, there was the law titans, and then there's the catastrophe titans, right? Of how the All-Father, which is Kafle, created Amphoris, and then there's Thalaton, Georgius as the other titans who help with the creation of Amphoris, and there's Fagoso, which is the ocean titan, clearly made the ocean, and then everything is fine until the calamity titans, which are Nikado, Zygerus, and who's the other calamity titan? Who's the other calamity titan? Hold up, I'm like forgetting now. The other calamity titan would have been Aquila was the Sky Titan, Cersei's Reason, Nikado. Thanatos, the Titan of Death. Those are the Calamity Titans, and supposedly in the prophecy, the Calamity Titans are the signals for like the end of things, because after the Calamity Titans showed up, then the Black Tide appeared, right? And the Black Tide is when the Black Tide appeared, it corrupted some of the Titans and killed them, and slowly the Black Tide destroyed all the other cities of Furious, and slowly it resulted with it's gotten to the point that Okima is the only last place that is the last bastion against the Black Tide, right? And that's essentially what the situation in Amphorius. So we know that the Titans are essentially gods. The people of Amphorius have never heard of the Aeons, because when we ask them about them, they're like, Aeo what? So yeah. And then we talk to Aglaya because she's curious. They've never seen us, right? And we tell them that they're from the beyond. We're from the beyond the sky, right? That we came to Forest, to like learn about things. And then Aglaya, um, we come into this scene with Aglaya where she wraps her string, or I guess her golden threads, around her finger. And what we learn is that Aglaya is asking her some questions, and via this threads, she can tell if we're lying, right? So essentially, it's kind of like a interrogation. No, it isn't literally an interrogation, right? And like she's trying to find out if we have like any negative or like anything, if we're like scheming against Okima, right? And if we being from the Beyond the Sky is true. Yeah, it's literally Wonder Woman's letter, right? And we essentially, end up passing in that, she ends up, finding out that we're not lying, right? So she lets us through, but she specifically tells us that we shouldn't mention that we are from Beyond the Sky to anyone at all. Like, don't mention it at all. Like, never tell anyone. It's forbidden. Forbidden. So we're like, sure, we won't tell anyone we're from Beyond the Sky, right? So, yeah. So we do that. We are left to our own devices, and, we kind of like are then, told by Glaya that, okay, we'll get a room. Like, it's been this, like, the size, so we should go see it, right? But until then, we can explore, right? And before we left to go to Emphorius, since March didn't come with us, she told us to take her camera and, take pictures of Emphorius, right? Since she can't come with us. So we do that, right? We, go around Emphorius, taking some pictures, and we end up like talking to different NPCs, and then we talk to an NPC in the rooftop. I think his name is, what is this fuck's name again? Like we took like go around all of them forests. Is this guy right? Yeah, Damion is right. Who is someone who's very much interested in the Beyond the Sky, right? But we tell him, oh no, we don't know anything about that. We're like from this faraway city, right? And while we're going around in forests, we kind of learned that a lot of their technology is very similar to our technology in the sense that they also have technically phones, which they call stone slates, which technically acts like a phone. It just, looks different, but it still has like the same function, right? Because a lot of things are very, let's say, high tech, even though Amphorius looks like it's very, not high tech, right? So it has like somewhat like a dissonance into it to Amphorius, right? Which is like fine, right? We know we're in space, right? So it's like, sure. And so we asked Dominos, to take a picture of us, right? So we hand him March's camera, and then he has like a reaction, but then he hands it back to us, right? And then a bit after that, we end up learning that. A bit after that, we also see Chibi, and we see like some well, technically it happens before, but it doesn't really matter at this point. But we see Chibi, and Chibi tells us that we can kind of like in Amphorius, some people are technically able to kind of like manipulate time to an extent via Orynyx's prayer, right? So if something's broken, you can use Orynyx's prayer to fix it, right? To make it as it didn't happen. And the way this works is if someone is, let's say, has a good, not like a good connection to Orynyx, but is, let's say, has affinity towards Orynyx, they can use Orynyx's power, right? And Danheng tries it by, he says a prayer, but it doesn't happen. Nothing happens, right? So then we try and say the prayer, and then we can see, oh, we have like an affinity for Oryx. So we get the ability to, to fix things that are broken, right? Which comes in handy later on, right? And so we go to our room, right? It's like a very nice room. And we end up learning that there is no night in Amphorius. There's only day. So it's like, okay, it's a bit weird, but sure, right? Because we don't know too much about why there's only day, right? And then we find out because like at night that allows the black side to come in, so it has to always be day, right? But it doesn't matter. So we chill in our room for a bit. We talk with Dan Hung about like what's happened, what we need to do, like everything in the forest, right? So kind of like a small recap. So then we go back to walking out. Maybe this isn't just yet, right? But then we go. Then we meet like the other. We meet Castorers again. We talk to her a bit. We learn about the Dromesis, right? That they're like kind of like docile. But we also learn a bit about Castorers that she's not all gloomy, right? She's not really gloom and doom, right? It's just that her, let's say her passive ability, the death passive that she has, kind of like forces her to be more alone than what she actually wants to be. So we learn a bit more about Castorers, right? Yeah, we learn about the Dromesis, right? About how they eat the soil. And then we go around, right? And then we start hearing like some people talk about stuff, right? Because you know how I said that even though Voice is more high tech than it looks, right? They have the internet. Well, they have a version of the internet, but this works via freaking Aglaya's webs, right? I think it's the Golden Wide Web, if I remember that's the name for it. But essentially it's the internet, right? And we hear that people are talking about some rose-haired maiden, right? And then we're like, huh? And then we hear that people are talking about Beyond the Sky, that is actually real. And then we're like, huh? And then we get summoned by Aglaya, right? Because Aglaya's like, no one should know this, right? Why the hell, like, are people talking about this, right? And then we're learning that, okay, who's like spreading these rumors? Who's spreading these rumors, right? And then we realize, oh, it is actually Damionis, right? The guy that we asked to take a picture of us. Because when we gave him March's camera, he like, he was like a sneaky fuck and, looked at the other pictures and saw like, it's Beyond the Sky. It's real. Like, he's not crazy. He's not he's not like those flat earthers. He's actually right. One sec, chat. Jesus Christ, it is 4 o'clock and it's already dark outside. What the hell? So, yeah, so kind of like the rumor about the, the Beyond the Sky is actually, let's say, people are finding out, right? So it's kind of like, oopsie, right? So then we like get, brought to Aglaya, right? We go to the Vortex of Genesis, right? Where we're told like, oh, this is where the Crisis Heirs meet, right? Because we've already learned that the Crisis Heirs are people who have Titan blood within them, right? People who are tasked with succeeding the Titan, right? So, and that means finding the Titan, killing the Titan, and taking the core flame, right? And the way you get the core flame you don't have to specifically kill them, because you can be given the core flame willingly by the Titan. You can, you have a method to get the core flame, right? It doesn't specifically have to be beating them, because for example, we're told that the Zygoras, the Titan of Trickery, that the current Crisis Heir of Trickery didn't kill Zygoras to get it. That Zygoras gave the core flame to the current Crisis Heir. And yeah, so we kind of know, by this point we already know that Glaya already has the Menastius, Core Flame, right? The Titan of Romance, and the same for Chibi, who already has what was the Titan of Infinity? Genesis Titan Flame already, right? And so we thought that okay, in the Vortex of Genesis where Glide is taking us, this is where the core flames are stored, right? So this is a place where only the Chrysalises are allowed to get there, right? How do they get them? That's something that we learn later on, right? So we go to the Vortex of Genesis, and we talk to Aglaya, and then she tells us then she tells all these casters to stand behind us. So Aglaya's in front of us, Casters is behind us, and now we're being interrogated again. We're caught. Essentially, we're caught, right? And essentially, we're interrogated once again. And each time we lie, Casters is going to walk one step closer to us. And if you remember what I said earlier, if Casters is too close to someone, they die. They dodge. So we pass this, and we end up learning that the reason why Aglaya specifically told us not to tell anyone about, Beyond the Sky, is that in the past, the people of, is it Idonia? No, it's not Idonia. The people of, I think it's Idonia. Well, the people of a certain city, like, try to go beyond the sky, right? Try to go to the sky and go beyond it, right? But that they were punished by the Sky Titan Aquila. And as punishment for them trying to go beyond the sky, they destroyed the ship which they tried to, ascend, and then Aquila destroyed the city which they came from, right? As punishment for them trying to go beyond the sky, right? And that's why it was then forbidden from anyone trying to attempt to go beyond the sky, right? Because then if someone does that, they will get Aquila's wrath and, end up, getting a city destroyed, right? So it was like, it's a good reason. It's not like Aglaya was, trying to withhold information from anyone, right? She was proactively trying to protect the people, right? Because it was a bit weird that when Aglaya said that, don't tell anyone that where you're actually from, right? Because it was like, why shouldn't we tell anyone, right? It was like, there's like no issue. And then we learned, there is an issue if we tell people, right? Because obviously, if you tell people there's like beyond the sky, people will try to go beyond the sky, right? So it's like, okay, so we end up like learning more about Aglaya, that she's not really cold-hearted, or like, let's say, like a ruthless dictator. Like every decision behind Aglaya, there's like a very much a logical reason, and most of the time it's very much a good reason, right? Of why she does certain things. And then we told that, yeah, no, I mean, I already said it, right? That in the Vortex of Genesis is where the core flames of the Titans are kept, right? And we're told that we're missing 6 core flames, right? To complete the Aeronova. Because the prophecy that Amphoris was given, or that Okima was given, before Kefle, the All-Father, went to sleep, was that to gather all of the core flames, and then you'll be able to start the Era Novae, which will be an era when there'll be no more black tide, and the whole of Amphoris will be able to prosper, right? And to do that, they need, all of the Titan core flames, right? And if I remember, the ones that they're missing are Nikador, the Titan of Strife, Circes, the Titan of Reason, Aquila, the Titan of the Sky, Thanatos is Titan of Death, Kefle, the World-Bearing Titan, and which is the last one? There's one more that we're missing. There's one more we're missing that I can't. Oh, and Oryx, the Titan of Time. Those are the 6 that we're missing, right? And we're told that they know where most of them are, but they don't know where Thanatos is, the Death Titan. So that's kind of like an MIA. And we learned that even though they know where Aquila is, because the way Aquila, will burn down anyone who tries to approach the sky, we have no real way to get to Aquila, right? So Aquila and Thanatos are like, put to the side, and also I guess Nikoro, right? Since we know Nikoro's active, but we don't know where Nikoro's space is, right? So it's kind of like, we can't do too much there yet, right? And so basically it's kind of like a waiting game. So we're like in Amphorius, and we're kind of like, yeah. So we get to learn about a bit more about Finan, right? In the sense that we know he's a Chrysaor, but the thing about Finan is that we don't know really, like, he doesn't seem to know which Titan he's meant to go after, right? Because he thinks that right now he has like the idea that, okay, that maybe Nikoro is the Titan that he's meant to go after, right? Because at this point, Finan is, I guess, kind of like it's very much inexperienced, right? He has that inexperienced vibe. He doesn't really have that leader vibe, because obviously we know that Finan is meant to be like a variant of Kevin, right? From Impact Third. And if you've played Impact Third, you know how Kevin is, right? When he like pops up in the story, he's like very much like a very strong character. He's like the leader of World Serpent, which is like one of the main forces in Impact Third, right? And he's like very much the polar opposite of what Finan is, right? But then obviously if you played Impact Third and have done like the Elysium Realm storyline, you know how Kevin was when he was younger, before he, became who he is, right? And when you think about that, when you know about that, Finan very much reflects what Kevin was like before he went through everything he did, right? So it's like that nice, let's say, comparison, right? Because at this point in the story, from the crises that we've come across, and we know that at this point, we already knew that, Amphorius was going to be somewhat similar to, let's say, Elysium Realm, but not one-to-one, obviously, right? We don't know about the cycles just yet, Naturalize. Don't get ahead of yourself. But this is the 36th cycle. But yeah. So then a few days after, we'll end up learning that, we end up getting word that Chian has returned, and that Chian has found Nikoro's base, right? And we learn that it's in Castrum Kamenos, which is in and we end up that it's in Castrum Kamenos, and that Castrum Kamenos, yeah, that is in Castrum Kamenos, and we end up learning the Castrum Kamenos was Maide's hometown, right? Where Maide came from. Which, kind of tells us that, oh, most likely it's Maide is the one that's gonna have to, like, dethrone Nikoro, right? And he's, gonna be the demigod of strife, right? So we make like a team where I think it's us, Danhang, Finan, Maide, and Trian. We go to Castrum Kamenos, right? We go to Castrum Kamenos to, explore the area, right? And try and find Maide. I mean, and try and, find Nikoro's whereabouts, right? Because Castrum Kamenos is very much dilapidated, right? It's like a ruined city since it's been abandoned by its people, right? So, we're here, we see a giant sword in the sky, and then it's kind of like, this is kind of when we realize, oh, we were kind of struck down by Nikoro, right? Because this is the same weapon that hit the train, which is like, okay, we need to kill Nikoro for trying to kill us, right? And we end up realizing here that the reason why Nikoro is like this is because Nikoro has gone mad, because after fighting the Black Tide for so many times, right? And while we're here, we end up learning a bit more about Castrum Kamenos and a bit about like some like small details about Maide, right? About Maide himself, right? Since this is where like Maide came from. You know, as we're going through, we end up learning that Maide is actually the prince of criminals, right? And that Maide killed his father, Euripon, because we end up learning that Maide is a bloodstained prince, you know, because he killed his father, right? And we end up learning that that's actually somewhat like a tradition in Clash of Criminals, where every king has killed their own father to become king themselves, right? And we're like, shock and horror. How could Maide do this, right? But obviously, we don't have too much information just yet, right? So as we're going around, we're going through like different areas. We're like solving puzzles, right? Because obviously, there's puzzles for some goddamn reason. So we keep going, and then we end up finding the core where Nikador is. And you know, we end up finding Nikador, and we like, you know, we're beating him, we're fighting him, and we end up realizing, oh fuck. Yeah, we're fighting Nikador, but we can't kill him. So what the hell are we gonna do about this? It's like, So we decide that Miley decides that he will stay behind and hold back Nikador, so Nikador, you know, can't attack Okima again. And us, Finan, and Chian, sorry, not Chian, Chibi, go back to Okima, right, to try and, you know, figure out a way to, how do we kill Nikador, right? All right, and sorry, Danhang never came with us because Danhang stayed back in Amphorius because, you know, kind of like to Danhang kind of like acts as like a bargaining chip, right, to make sure that we don't do anything stupid, right there. Because even though Aglaya, let's say, has more trust in us, she's still not, let's say, very much, you know, I can trust you with everything, right? She still has like, let's say, some apprehensions. That's why Danhang basically stays behind, right? So Maide stays there, and we, you know, go back to Okima, and we end up like wondering, like, what do we do? What do we do? What do we do? Right? So we, you know, we kind of like decide that okay, maybe we can like say try and get some questions and let's say kind of learn, try and get like a prophecy from Orynyx, right? Because Orynyx is a time titan, and they've given, let's say, like prophecies in the past, right? Or they've answered some things, right? So it's like we know what Orynyx is. Orynyx is in Hanosopolis, and the first place we were when we came in Symphorius, and you know, maybe we can learn some stuff, right? So it's decided for us to go to. So it's decided for us to go to Hanosopolis, right, to meet Orynyx. And while we're heading there, we end up learning that the situation in Symphorius is, let's say, not as simple as it seems, right? Because while there's the stuff with you know, the Titans and the Black Tide, there seems to be like, let's say, some civil unrest in the sense that there's a group in Amphorius called the Councils of Elders, which are meant to act like a balancing point to Aglaya, right? Where they don't really, let's say, believe in the Flame Chase journey, right? Where they have like their apprehensions about it, right? So they act as, let's say, a way to control, not to control Aglaya, right? But as like a counterforce to it, right? And so basically kindness and the you know, the Council of Elders is introduced, right? And then we end up learning that even though Aglaya is, let's say, like a demigod, we can't really, let's say, ignore them, right? Because we end up learning that in the past the Council of Elders have killed Chrysos in the past. So it's not like they're like they have like all bark. They actually do have a bite. Right. But essentially some bad guys. Yeah, you're right, Naturalize. So we go to Hanosopolis, and like we're hearing voices, right? And the reason why Castor is here is because she can understand the Titans, so she can translate for us. And we essentially end up learning that Orynyx doesn't want to see us, right? Oryx wants us to go away, right? Her death was so stupid. Yeah, well, and yeah, so we essentially go through the temple and go into the inner works of the temple to meet what's the name? Onyx. What's the name? Onyx, right? And we end up learning that we end up learning that Thalaton surrendered the core flame, right? Surrendered the core flame to the Crisis Air. But we don't really know who it is, right? We just know that they gave up the core flame, but also that the demigod who, has who had Thalaton's core flame has already passed away. The same for Phagos's demigod, right? Yeah, Ceregius one and Hysolence, that they're already dead, right? And so we go through and we learn that, when people use the Ornyx's prayer to, fix things that are broken, apparently that uses Ornyx's power itself, right? So she hates the people for doing this, right? Because apparently it kind of like damages her, well, damages them, right? And so while we're talking to Ornyx, Ornyx is like, go away. I don't want anything to do with you, right? Yeah, I don't want anything to do with you. Ornyx kind of like, let's say, notices us, right? And starts, for some reason, saying, Father, have you come here, right? That mother has been quiet. And it's like very cryptic things, right? And at this point, it's like, what is happening, right? And it's like, huh? And then it's like, we cut off, right? And then we wake up in the train. And when we wake up in the train, it's like, why are we in the train? Why are we here, right? Who is mother? Oh, who is mother indeed, right? Because it was like a weird thing, right? But yeah. And then when we're here, can this load? Yeah, we're like in the train, right? And I'm like, why the fuck is this not loading? Yeah, we're back in the train and then we see like visages of ourselves, but also the Astral Express. But then we end up learning, oh wait, it's not the Astral Express. It's the Stellaron Hunters. And we end up learning that we're actually in a memory of us, but before we woke up, right? So it's us when we were with the Stellaron Hunters, right? And then as we're doing this, right, we like experience this memory, and we end up learning that we're in a memory that we shouldn't have, and the reason why we're having this memory is because we are being looked at by Fully, right? And the Skyfather that Onyx was talking about is Fully, the Aeon Fully, right? So it's like the Titan seems to be aware about the Aeons, right? Even though the people from Forest don't know anything about the Aeons. So it's like, it's like a bit sussy, right? And from this is where we end up being introduced to Mem after the Skyfather looks at us, right? So now we're with Mem, and it seems like Mem doesn't know who they are. They don't really have any memories. They don't even remember their names. And like actually here too, right? Because now that I'm looking at this, it says Mem literally goes gaze outside cold and literally says warm here, right? Which is like, it's like weird, but now with the context of 3.7, it's very it makes sense, right? Why Mem says this, right? Who was Fully back then? Well, that's the thing we don't know just yet, right? Because from the end of 3.7, we end up learning about how Fully actually works, right? and that the children of Asanavara are the ones who have the potential to become fully at the end of time. And we know that Cyrene and March are one of them, right? And while we don't know who exactly is, ends up becoming fully, we essentially know that it's not, let's say, confirmed yet, but it's more or less likely that March Cyrene does end up being the one that ends up being fully at the end of time, right? Because that's very much of how they're framing it, even though they haven't confirmed it, right? So yeah, Demiurge becomes fully essentially, yeah, because Cyrene is Demiurge, but that's later on. So Mem is with us. So I guess we obtained Mem, and now we're a past stride of the Remembrance too, right? And so we get up from, I guess we wake up from this memory, and yeah, we wake up from this memory. What the fuck is this team? Oh, Remembrance Trailblazer. Oh, this is the Remembrance Trailblazer Trailblazer demo, right? Because I was just thinking, there's no way I would use this team. Okay. And so we essentially have Mem now, right? So we learned that a Mem has the ability to open gates to the past, right? So we can experience the past, right? And so it's decided that we will go to Castrum Criminals, open the gates to the past, so we can see and figure out a way to, let's say, how do we, figure out a way to try and beat Nikado, right? So that's essentially what we end up doing, right? We go to Castrum Criminals, and when we head to Castrum Criminals, Biden decides that he's gonna, go in ahead and he's gonna try and help uh I think it's Fanon and Dunhung, or is it just Fanon? But either way, they decide to go on ahead and to try and help Maide, right? Because he's still fighting Nikoro. Well, we've been doing this. He's still fighting, right? Because the reason why I guess I forgot to mention this. The reason why Maide stayed behind is because he can't die. He's also immortal, right? And we don't really know too much why he's immortal, but we know that he's immortal, right? So that's why he stayed behind, right? And so now we went for a gate. We're in the past, essentially, and yeah, oh yeah, okay, that's fine. And they both go. So we're in the past, right? Yeah, we're in the past in Catching Criminals. Yeah, we're in the past in Catching Criminals to try and figure out what to do with Nikador. And in the meantime, Aglaya looks for what is this fuck word again? Before we Bartholos, right? The spirit thief Bartholos, and essentially tells Bartholos to get in contact with Cyphera, who's the demigod of trickery, and asks her to tell Cyphera to come back, right? Since you know, Aglaya believes that Cyphera is needed now. Obviously, we don't know at this point. We don't know. We're still unaware of Bartholos's actual, that he's actually he's actually the Titan of trickery. But we believe that he's just Cypher's partner, right? At this time. So we go for like the oh yeah, and this is where we learn more about the relationship between the Council of Elders and Aglaya, of how very much opposed to what Aglaya's want to do, right? And Kindness, this bitch, is like the figurehead of the Council of Elders, right? And we're eventually made, she's a bitch. She just wastes time, but she's there. And yeah, so we go to the past and we see how Nikado, oh sorry, not Nikado, how um how Castrum Criminals was in its prime. You can see how this beautiful city, of how high tech it is, right, of its warriors. And the moment in time when we come to is when there's like a competition happening, right? And to get into the competition, you need to be in a group of 3, right? And it's us and casters, but we need another member, right? Because otherwise we can't enter. And we meet a man, a warrior named Nias, right? Who also wants to get in, right? So we decide, okay, let's team up with Nias, with this hunk of a man, because man is built. Where is it when we meet Nias? Yeah, this guy is built, right? So we decide to go in with him, right? Because mutual cooperation, essentially, right? So we go in. We have to pass through like some trials. How do you remember all these names? I have a weird memory where I am good at remembering some stuff, but bad at remembering other stuff. I don't know. I don't know. It's always been like this for me. And I guess if it's something that I've like talked about, it's easier for me to remember, right? So, no, it's just no. I'm pretty sure like people have like decent memories too. It's not just me. But yeah, so we go in. We have to do like a shit ton of puzzles in here, because yeah, we just have to do a shit ton of puzzles to witch actors trials, and we end up learning a bit more stuff, right? And we end up learning that Niasis wants to kill Nikodor, right? But we don't know too much of why he wants to kill Nikodor. But we also end up learning that he's also like a proud warrior, right? Because we end up meeting a merchant before we go in, and we end up meeting a merchant who sells stuff, and then we end up meeting the merchant again inside the trials, and we end up learning that this guy, the way he was, getting his, he's getting his items to sell, was that he took the weapons from other warriors who died, and he just sold their weapons, right? So a nice hate this, right? Because it was basically kind of like dishonoring them, right? So we get a good idea of what type of person Nias is, and as we go further in, we end up coming into the realization of who Nias is, right? And we end up learning that Nias is a part of Nikodor, right? But we're also learning that the king of Castrum Criminals is doing something, right? And we don't know too much, but what we end up learning is that what the king Euripon wanted to do is that he wanted to get control of the Titan, right? Because the Titan acted as like a defense mechanism for Castrum Criminals, but what King Euripon wanted is he wanted to control the Titan, right? So he was thinking of, let's say, like methods to do this, right? Wait, was it Euripon that wanted to do this? I think it was Euripon. I may be wrong about that, but this is what the king at the time wanted to do, right? And so a method that they wanted to do this by was to a method that they wanted to do was a ritual that required the sacrifice of a lot of people, right? So now it's like learned that people were basically getting killed for this task, right? And so like Niles was like getting pissed at this, right, after learning this. And then when we enter like the ritual area, this is where we actually learn about Niles' identity, that he's a part of Nikodor. And we learn that the way how Nikodor has managed to be invincible is because Nikodor kind of like split himself up, split his soul into different parts. Think of it like how in Harry Potter, of how Voldemort split his soul into the different Horcruxes, and that the reason why Voldemort was not really, let's say, killable was because to kill Voldemort you had to, destroy all the Horcruxes. It's essentially the same thing here. And so to kill Nikodor, what we had to do is we had to bring his soul into Hole, right? And the way to do that was, putting in the swords in the where the ritual area was, which held his soul, the pieces of his soul. And since there were like different parts of Nikuro, and Nias was the reason of Nikuro, right? Which is why, you know, he wanted to kill Nikuro, right? Because he knew that he understood of what was going to happen to Nikuro in the future, right? So we did everything, we completed the ritual, and, you know, essentially put Nikuro's soul back to one, right? Essentially making him killable. So we did this, we get a kind of a cool animation right here. Right. We got a cool animation here where essentially, since we've completed the ritual and Nikuro's basically back to whole, we can now finally actually properly fight him, right? And yeah, since Nikuro is now whole, we can probably fight him and actually kill him now, right? So, you know, we end up fighting him, we kill him, and yeah, there's like, we see a moment where Castres essentially talks to Nias, right? Because this is now Nikuro's soul, so he has his reason. He's no longer, let's say, mad, right? And what Castres specifically asks Nikuro is if, well, Nias Nikuro, same thing, right? But essentially asks if he knows where Thanatos is, right? Because what Castres wants to do is find Thanatos. And essentially, Nikuro, I think, tells her that he doesn't know where Thanatos is, right? Yeah. Yeah, because we learned about what Castres wants to do is to find her other half, although we don't really know what this means, right? But essentially, we can assume that it's kind of like how with at this point it's kind of like we believe that Castres is kind of like based similar to how Persephone is in Greek mythology, of how Persephone in Greek mythos is both a life and death, right? Her sister, yes, it is her sister, but at this point, Castres doesn't know that she has a sister, right? Because Castres only had a sister, you know, in the previous life, but Castres doesn't know about that yet, right? But she just knows that she's missing something, right? Which is why she's, you know, cursed and has the death aura, right? So yes, essentially they don't know, and so we have the core flame of strife now, right? And it kind of ends with the story kind of ends with, okay, we have the core flame of strife, so someone needs to, you know, take in the core flame and become, you know, the demigod of strife, right? And that's kind of what it ends, right? Where we have it now. So it's kind of like we're making progress, right? So we've gotten one Titan now, and at this point, I thought that okay, we know that Forest is going to go up to 3.7. So at this point, I had the assumption, okay, so I kind of see the structure of how this is going to be. We're going to do each patch, we're going to get one core flame at a time. And then by 3.7, it's probably going to be, you know, when the Siren stuff comes to light, right? That's how I thought it was going to be, right? Because, you know, it made sense in my head, right? And also, while 3.7 was long, yeah, I'm pretty sure 3. No, sorry, not 3.7. 3.0 was long. A lot of people, let's say, had like some critique against it, right? Because it was long for the start, right? And one of the main critiques was that there was so many goddamn puzzles like in between. I was actually quite a lot. I get why there was like some puzzles, like say in the night when we were in Custom Criminals, right, in the trial, right, because it kind of makes sense. But before then, there was like a lot of puzzles, right? Which was a bit annoying because it kind of like, you know, interrupted the story a bit. But for me, it was fine. Apparently, some people also had issues where there was like a lot of enemies in between. I didn't really see that as an issue. I mean, I really didn't encounter that, right? Because I had Acheron, right? So Acheron E just insta kills, right? So sucks to be you if you don't have Acheron. So yeah, but yeah, overall 3.0 wasn't bad. Because the thing that 3.0 had to do was like it had to introduce a whole new planet. And the difference between Amphores and let's say Penacony or the Laufu is that Penacony and the Laufu were already planets that were already connected to the rest of the universe, right? So people had already spoken about each of the other, let's say, worlds, right? To some extent. Well, Amphores, it was a completely new world that there was like no record of, right? So yeah, so they had like to introduce a lot of stuff. I understand that's why they made it that was why 3.0 was somewhat long. I mean, it was still fine. I still enjoyed it 3.0. So yeah, so that was 3.0. I don't think there's like any epilogue to 3.0 apart from that, right? Oh, I guess the ending thing for 3.0 was I think that we started seeing ice cover March. Wasn't every patch the same length? No. 3.0 was roughly like 7 hours long, I think. Hold up. Let's see. HSR 3.0 story. Because the 3.0 story, yeah. Wait, hold up. Yeah, it was 8 hours long for 3.0, right? Yeah, I usually use this as a reference. This guy's channel as a reference. Because 3.0 was 8 hours. 3.1 was 6 hours. I think 3.2 was shorter. It's like 5 hours, right? Oh wait, 3.2 was 7 hours too. Which was this? So 3.3 was 6 hours. It was like fairly long, an 8 hour for 6 to 8 hours, right? And I don't think a lot of people expected 3.0 to be 8 hours, right? I think that's why some people, were, annoyed about that. I mean, I found it fine, right? Because, I mean, I don't mind, right? As long as I'm enjoying myself, it's fine. So people, like, already had, let's say, like, a somewhat of a negative impression for Forest with it, like, starting so long, right? And I guess one of the issues was that it was a lot of exposition, right? It wasn't, like, too many flashy scenes. Because technically, 3.0, the only flashy scenes were what? When you fight Nikador, right? That's technically the only flashy scenes for the whole of 3.0 was fighting Nikador. Which, I mean, I get why people are mad. I mean, I mean, those people are the reason why fucking Solo Leveling won Anime of the Year, because they just want flashy stuff. But regardless. 3.0 is still fine, right? For me. So that was 3.0. Let me see. Did I miss anything? Yeah, we put it in. Oh, right. Sorry. So that's what happened while we were there, while we were all the way in Amphoris. A thing that happened at the same time was Herta. So Herta was like doing stuff, right? To try, talk to news, right? And while she was doing this, she was interrupted by someone from the Garden of Eden. Not Garden of Eden, the Garden of Remembrance, a memory snatcher, right? Who tried to, get into Herta's mind and, get her memories. But, Herta's too good for this. She, like, caught them in the act and, trapped them inside a mirror. And after she trapped in the mirror, she was met by Welt and Sunday, who wanted her assistance, right? Because when we went into Amphorius with Dan Hung, communications with the outside world was cut. So they couldn't communicate with us and we couldn't communicate with them. So who is a better help than Herta, right? So, they went to Herta, right? And what Herta, I guess, found out was that for some reason, the Memo Snatcher was also, interested in Amphorius. So it was like, suspicious. So yeah, that's where 3.0 ended. That is where 3.0 ended. So 3.1. Yeah, 3.1. What was 3.1? Ah, this is 3.1. Okay, I see. Hold on. How? Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I didn't think that just talking about 3.0 was gonna take that long. Okay, we might have to talk about this more tomorrow too. Jesus Christ, it's gonna be 5. I did not think I was gonna talk about 3.0 for that long. I thought I thought I was gonna talk about 3.0 for like 20, 30 minutes. Oh my god, okay. Okay, my bad. Because I guess a lot of things happened, right? I'm also remembering stuff at the same time. I don't even think I'm like stalling too much in between. I guess a lot of things just happened in every uh story section, right? Which is, and a lot of it is very, let's say, important. So it's like kind of hard to, let's say, skip some sections, right? Let's see. When the fuck did we start talking about it? Da-da-da-da. At 1:55, we are at. Bro, we will talk about 3.0 for like 2 hours. No, whatever, it's fine. Okay, okay. So let's say 3.1. Let me try and look for 3.1. Da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da. Okay, it would be this. Okay. So 3.1 starts straight after da-da-da-da. Straight after where 3.0 ended, right? Yeah, 3.1 starts literally straight after where 3.0 ended. And that's, choosing who's going to do the trial of Strife, right? And essentially, Finan decides that, he's going to try and do it, right? So he goes, oh, no, that's how 3.0 ended, sorry. At the end, Finan decides, oh, he's going to take the the trial to become the demigod of Strife. And then, like, when we start, we end up learning that Finan's like taking too long, right? So my day and us, we choose like, okay, we're gonna intervene in the trial, and get Finan outside of the trial, right? Because he's obviously not succeeding, right? Because it's like taking too long, meaning that he's not the one to succeed Strife, right? So we go inside. We go inside and we take we go into the trial to save Finan from it, right? Because otherwise he's gonna lose himself inside the trial, and we can't have that, right? Because what we've learned also from like 3.0 is that Aglaya and Chibi pretty much have already realized that Finan is the hero of Amphorius, even though Finan himself doesn't know. Because the way Aglaya describes Finan is that he's the perfect one in comparison to everyone else, right? But we don't really know what that means, right? Because that's what the prophecy that they've been given, right? So they know that Aglaya more or less already knows that Finan is the one to become the demigod of world bearing, but Finan himself isn't aware of that yet, right? And he's not at the point where he can become it, right? So he still has to go through his journey to get to the points, right? So we come into the trial, and in this trial now comes this trial is then, let's say, kind of like, let's say, affected by the appearance of My Day, right? Because now My Day like My Day's past starts to slowly show up in the trial, right? Because he ends up what Maida ends up meeting is like some of his fellow um let's say fellow warriors, right? We don't know. Obviously, at this time, we don't know who they are, right? But we know that they're important to Maida because they literally say, they literally say, Maida was my king, right? So it's obviously like, okay, this is connection to Maida, right? Who took the flame then? No one, because the flame is in the vortex of Genesis, and someone needs to take the flame. And Finan tried to do it, but he failed the trial, right? And so we're here to save, Finan, right? So we go through all of this, and we see that the trial is Finan's trial seems to be that he's like his home is being attacked, and we don't really know what that exactly means, but his trial seems to be now, let's say, mixed or muddied with a trial for my day, right? And all of the NPCs we see here very much point to how they want my day to be a king, or you want him to be king, right? And we end up learning a bit later of what exactly this means. It's not one of the 12. What do you mean by it's not one of the 12? The flame. No, the flame is the flame of Nikador, right? And each time, for someone to become the demigod of, said flame, they need to pass a trial, right? And, it's up in the air of who's to become the demigod of strife. So Finan, thinks, oh, let me try, right? So he's in this flame, right? In this trial. Because as of now, there's still no demigod of strife. It's just the in between of having someone become it, right? Mighty didn't take it because Mighty was still, let's say, at this point, Mighty is still, let's say, hesitant in taking the demigod of strife because the demigod of strife represents Nikado, which represents Castrum Commonos, meaning it represents all of Castrum Commonos' tradition, right? And at this point in time, we don't really know, let's say, of why he's so against it. Obviously, we learn later, right? Because he doesn't want to carry on the tradition of Castrum Commonos, right? He hates those traditions, right? Well, we end up learning he hates them, right? When we learn more about Mighty in this story, in this chapter, right? So we end up learning more about this, right? And see that Finan isn't, let's say, isn't compatible with this, right? So he's failed the trial, right? So Finan has to recover, right? Because he's currently unstable, right? After not being able to pass it, right? Because it's taking the strain on him. So yeah, so Finan is resting, and in the meantime, what is happening in the meantime? Hold up. I guess in the meantime, in the meantime, I guess we start to learn more about My Day bit by bit, right? Because start to learn that the people of Castrum Criminals migrated from, Castrum Criminals to Okima, right? And there's a slight, let's say, divide, right? That the people haven't, let's say, melded together too well, right? As in, so even though, let's say, the two people are, in the same place, the people of Castrum Criminals still have that pride and believe that they're waiting for Maide to uptake the crown and march back to Castrum Criminals and take back their homelands. They're very patriotic, if that makes sense. So that's what kind of like what's happening, right? And essentially, finding like not fine, sorry. Um, Miley like goes about Okima, right? And he talks to some of his people, and like this, he sees that they're all very much patriotic and waiting for him. And specifically, see, Chibi asks like, what did he see in Nikodo's trial, right? And I guess what he saw in his trial is one of his companions, you know, a lot of people wanting him to take up the crown, right? And that's not something he wants, right? Yeah, that's not something that he doesn't want to take into trial and up the crown, because it would mean continuing the culture of custom criminals, which he himself hates, right? We don't know too much of why he hates it, right? But he's very much abhorrent, right? Because even the children, right? Right, even like let's say, look, the grown-ups said we live next to the arena, like they want to go back to it. Even the children who have never been in custom criminals believe that that's where they belong, that Okima isn't their homeland, right? So it's like an interesting take, right? That what does a person who has his people want him to do something, but he himself not wanting to do it, right? Because he doesn't believe that continuing the ways of his people is the right thing, right? So what do you do? Do you go with the people, or do you not do it again, right? That's the conundrum that Maide has, right? Because he's unsure if he should or doesn't, right? And then Maide ends up meeting what's his face, Criterius, right? Who is like is someone who was like close to the previous king, but also, let's say, not understands Maide, but knows Maide, right? And he also wants Maide to succeed the crown, right? And become the king of Christian criminals, right? And believes that that's the only way for his people to continue, right? Even though he knows that he doesn't want them to happen, right? Because I guess all the people of Christian criminals care about is glory, right? And this is where we learn about more of Maide's past, right? And we learn that his father, the previous king, not insane, but he wasn't, let's say, the most mentally stable person, right? Because he believed that at this time, Nikoro was starting to go mad, right? And he believed that the only way to, let's say, get Nikoro back to his, mental state, let's say, was to sacrifice his son, right? So he wanted to throw his son into the river Styx as a sacrifice to appease Nikoro, right? So it's like, I don't know about that. It's kind of like, would a god really want you to sacrifice your own child? I mean, maybe, but I don't. Unless that god is Zeus, I don't know about that. But yeah, so we end up learning that that's what Europon wanted to do, and we learned that Nikola's mother, I think her name is Georgius. Gorgius. I can't remember. No, that's not her name. What's her name again? Oh, Giorgio. Gorgo. Sorry, Gorgo. Didn't want this at all, right? Because her child would be dying, right? So her mother tried to pose the king, and in trying to pose this, she ended up dying, right? And Euripon ended up throwing Maide into the river Styx, right? To the river of souls, right? And we learned that this is how what was it again? This is how Maide ended up gaining his immortality, right? Because he was thrown into the river Styx. So it's kind of like similar to how how Achilles had his immortality. He was dipped into the was it he also dipped into the river Styx, or he was dipped into something, and every part that was covered by it was invulnerable and immortal, right? So we learned that's how I guess Maide got that ability, and also that this is how his mother died, right? Because the thing that Euripon also didn't want was because he understood the prophecy of how every king became king, right, by killing their father, right? And one way to prevent this is obviously kill your son, because if you kill your son, there is no son to kill you. So you can also become like, king forever, right? So it's like, right. So he had like, let's say, two motivations in why he wanted to do this, right? Which is like, So let's see. So that's what happened, right? Is this what we found out? No, this isn't what we found out. So yeah, so that's like we'll end up learning about Mighty's issue, right? And so during this time, we're kind of like talking, and we kind of like learn small bits about Chibi, Triana, and Chinon, right? Because we know that the demigod of the Janus, right? The demigod of gates. But why is like three of them? It's like we get like small tidbits about each of them, about them, right? But we don't know too much, right? But we know that they're kind of like connected to each other, right? But we don't know too much. We just know that they're as old, no, even older than Aglaya, because they've been a demigod longer than anyone else. Because I believe yeah, if I recall correctly, Trivius was the first demigod before anyone else, right? And she is the one that's actually started the journey. And so at this time, we go back to Aglaya, who kind of like gives us a reward for helping, uh, you know, beat Nikuro and getting his core flame. So we get this, and at the same time, we end up meeting someone else. We end up meeting a pink girl, Pink Barbara. Sorry, we end up meeting Hyacinth, who we learn comes from the Grove of Epiphany, and that she's a healer. That she's a doctor, right? So we end up meeting Hyacinth, and that she's here because she's like helping some people, right? It's like some people are in need of help, and while Mighty is like doing his stuff, and while Finan is recovering, we decide. I mean, we have nothing else to do, right? So, let's learn a bit more about or this like yeah, because she does kind of like have a similar vibe to Barbara, right? But yeah, so we end up learning, talking to her, right, learning about the Grove of Epiphany, which is where an area where lots of scholars are from, right, where like the smartest minds in forests like come from there, right? And we end up learning that there's someone that Aglaya does not get along too well with is also there, right? That someone who's a blasphemer who, let's say, doesn't fit in well there, right? But we end up like learning that Hyson is a student of theirs, right? And yeah, we don't really know too much of them, right? And so it's decided that okay, we'll go to the Grove of Epiphany, right? And as as an insurance, Aglaya gives us this thread, right? And this thread can act like, say, as like a to show that they have kind of like Aglaya's permission, right, to like view ancient like or like forbidden scrolls, right? Because we need to try and find out ways how to get back home, right? Because yeah, we're in forest, we're trailblazing, right? But we still need to find a way to how to get back home to the Astral Express, right? Because we can't really stay in the forest forever. True, where's the fuel? Because that's technically why we came to Furious. So as we're like going to heading to before we head to the Grove of Epiphany, we I guess end up meeting some people who have come to Okima, right? And end up learning that something's happening at the Grove of Epiphany. But we don't know too much, right? So to treat this person, Hyacinth stays behind, right? To to treat them right because she's a doctor. So us, Mem, and Kessler is with I think Trian head to the Grove of Epiphany. Yeah, with Trian head to the Grove of Epiphany, right? Because we think everything is still fine. Where's Epiphany? God, I wish I had a divine epiphany in CZN, but RNG's a bitch. So yeah, we go to the Grove of Epiphany. Oh wait, no, we don't know that they're from the Grove of Epiphany just yet. We just know that they from somewhere, right? And they need help. So we head to the Grove of Epiphany, right? And it's like, okay, it's kind of dark, but where's everyone else? Why? Where's our, where is our welcome? Where's our red carpet? Why isn't anyone here, right? All right, and this is also the moment when Mem gives us the because of you, right? I think this is when Mem gives it to us. So we're at the Grove of Epiphany, and we learn that the giant, statue or the wooden figure here is actually Cersei's, who's the Titan of Reason, and that the Grove of Epiphany was made around Cersei's bodies, right? And that although Cersei's has passed, the Grove of Epiphany safeguards Cersei's core flame, right? At the top. Right. What do you mean? What is it? The Grove of Epiphany is basically the area where the Titan of Reason is. So it's like think of it like another city, but it's a city that is full of scholars. Okay. So yeah, basically Reason City, yeah. So like we don't see anyone, so we're like, okay. So we decide to, look around everywhere, right? To try and, find out what's happening. And then we see, oh shit, the Black Tide is here, like minions of the Black Tide are here, right? Oh shit, what do we do? What do we do, right? So we decide to explore around, right? So we decide to explore around, right? And this is where they learn that, that the Grove of Epiphany was actually attacked by the Black Tide, right? And we're tasked with, okay, let's try and, as long as things are still fine, let's try and, figure out what's happening, right? To see if like there's any other survivors, right? Because surely like some people survived the attack. So we have to like get into it, right? And this is where we end up the first time we kind of like encounter Naxa. But we encounter like a hologram of him, like a message left behind by Naxa. And we end up like learning what type of character he is, right? He's not pompous, but he's like very, I guess, strict. And he's very much kind of goal orientated, right? Where he pretty much mostly cares about his research and about finding out things, right? And yeah, so we learned that, and we essentially learned that everyone in the grove wants to protect the core flame, and to do that, they set the core flame at the top of the grove, and that he's there protecting the grove, right? So we know where the core flame is, and so we will move up and head to the core flame, right, and maybe find Anaxa and every other survivor up there, right? Yeah, the Luminary Throne. So we have a goal, and so we end up inside. We have to travel through the Grove of Epiphany. He didn't take it either. We don't know if he took it, but we just know that it's at the top, right? So we end up like go inside, we end up learning a bit more, and then we end up meeting this person. It was like, are they ghosts? But they have a unique design, and they call themselves Calypso, but they don't really know. We just like learning a few things about them, right? And we end up learning that. Well, we learned that Castores was also, let's say, a student in at the Grove, right? But Castores has never heard of this person called Calypso, right? Even though Calypso claims that she's one of the leaders of one of the houses, right? But it's like, and it's suspicious, right? So it's like very much like weird, right? I think at this point, I kind of like thought she was weird, right? In the sense that maybe she's like Nias, right? Because in the 3.0 we learned that Nias was Nikoro. So I was thinking, I think at this point I was thinking maybe Calypso is Cersei's, but I had like no proof at all, right? At this point, I think so. I mean, this was literally 8 months ago, so yeah. So we'll end up learning a bit more about like everywhere, and in this patch is where they kind of reworked a bit of the story, right? In the sense of like how they removed some puzzles, and they kind of made it so that in the story from now on, enemies aren't like, let's say, looking at you; they're looking elsewhere. So as you're walking, it is very unlikely for you to trigger a fight with an enemy, right? So kind of like made the story like let's have less interruptions in a sense. Because I think in 3.1 there's like only like two puzzles at most, or three. There's like not a lot. But yeah, either way, well, we like do puzzles, like some puzzles to get through, right? And I think, actually, now that I think about it, ah, okay, now I remember. And I guess this was actually a clue now that I think about it. Because I did say that how that this looks like the key of sentience from Impact Third. Key of sentience is a divine key, right? And wait, hold up, let me think. Does it make sense? Like no, kind of like not reincarnation, but like yeah, actually no, it does make sense. Because I think at this point I made like this is weird, right? Of how something that looks like a key of sentience obviously it doesn't look too much, right? Because okay, it could just be a lotus, right? But this kind of works in the same way of how Hersher's, they've beat the corresponding Hersher and then they uptake the mantle of the Hersher, right? Of how, how Kiana beat the Hersher of the Void and then she herself became the Hersher Void, the same way as, let's say, um, May, right? Accepting her Hersher powers and becoming the Hersher of Thunder. It's kind of like the same of how the Titans, right? And the demigods and the specific respective crises there of how they have to accept or be accepted by the specific titan and then they themselves become the demigod of said titan, right? It's it is interesting, but obviously at this point we don't know about the we know about the inheritance, but we don't know the thing about the titans, right? Of how the crisis has become the said titan. We just know that they become the demigod, but we don't know what exactly that means. But yeah, so we do like more trials. We find out a bit more about the Grove of Epiphany, right? So we work with Calypso because she's kind of helping us, but we kind of notice that when we're not inside the Grove, so when we're outside, Calypso is like, where's Calypso? You can listen. No, I'm listening to my freaking own voice. Hell no. Um. Besides, it's not really necessary. So yeah, we kind of like noticed that Calypso were right, and while we, us and Castors were inside the grove, Trian chose to like survey the area, right, and see, try and find anything, right. But yeah, the main thing here was that Calypso didn't appear outside the grove, right? Like she only appeared inside, which was kind of like, kind of suspicious, right? And what one thing that Chian found was a piece of cloth, right? Chian found this, so it was like something, um, kind of like sussy, right? But we don't like don't really know too much, right? So we're gonna keep on climbing. So we keep on climbing, and we essentially end up learning that um which it? We keep on climbing. We end up learning that there was like a okay, it was kind of like slightly Titan Yuri, but we end up like reading some excerpts that it was kind of very much insinuated that think that Cersei's and Fugosa were very close, or if not intimate with each other, if I recall correctly. Because I remember that was something that stood out that we kind of like read like in this area. But it doesn't really matter, right? Anax and Electra, okay, but they never met, but essentially yes. But we keep on climbing, right? And we end up learning that okay, we figure out who Calypso kind of figure out that Calypso ends up remembering that she is actually Cersei's, right? But she doesn't like know why, right? Why she's like here, right? She just know that the Grove is in like the Grove is attacked, right? And she ends up learning that we end up being told by her that Anaxa took the core flame all the way to the luminary throne, and in order to protect the core flame, he ripped a part of his soul and put the core flame inside himself, right? As a way to protect it, right? So what we have to do is find Anaxa in the luminary throne, because we don't know who the assailant is just yet, but we know that Anaxa is like the um defending it, right? Okay, that's hold up, let me. No, Naxa boss fight. Is it this one, right? Yeah, it should be this one. Where is it? So we know that we need to get up, so we head up to the Luminary Throne to try and find Anaxa, right? And so we find it, right? We head to the throne, but we also see like more, like say, corpses, right? Where is it? Where is it? Is this? Am I in the right one? I think I'm on the right one. Oh, okay, no, it's not this one. Oh, that's the finale. Okay, it's this one. Yeah, so we go up there, and then we all, at the same time we end up meeting the assailant, right? Because he's in front of Anaxa, and we end up finding this warrior who seems to have a staff and a sword, right? And he immediately attacks us. All right, fuck! I forgot to mention this. this is something that happened in 3.0. Sorry. Um, in 3.0, towards the end, before Fiden goes in his trial, we end up learning. Well, I don't think we end up learning a bit of Fiden, but Fiden reminisces a bit, and he reminisces when he was a child, his hometown, Idis Lycée, and we end up learning that his hometown was attacked and that his friend was stabbed by someone, right? And his friend was killed. Obviously, we know it's Irene, but we know that she was killed by someone, right? But we don't know too much about that, right? Because it just happens and then it like moves after, right? And yeah, like this is yeah, we end up meeting them, and he immediately attacks us. He immediately attacks us because we're in the way, right? And yeah, did he take an Nexus flame? No, he was about to take a Nexus flame because he didn't know where the flame was. He just knew that the flame was here, right? But we stopped him before he could take it, right? So we fight the guy, this cloaked swordsman, and what was it? We can't, let's say, really beat him, right? Because even though no matter, regardless of how much we attack him, we can't do too much. So Trian decides to open the sentry gates to um basically TP him elsewhere, right? So yes, so she essentially TPs him somewhere else. Maybe I will watch you later in Lost Cycle. Shut that up. So yeah, so she TPs him away, but then she faints, right? Because it's been kind of like insinuated that Trian seems to, let's say, be getting weaker, right? Each time she opens the sentry gate. But we essentially get saved by Trian, right? Because she pushes them away, and now we're back at the Rukima with Anaxa, right? And Anaxa kind of doesn't want to meet Aglaya because, they're not the best of friends, right? Because they kind of like can't stand each other. So, yeah. So he kind of like tries to avoid it, right? Because Aglaya doesn't like him because he's a blasphemer and doesn't believe in the Flame Chase journey, and he doesn't like her because he doesn't believe in the Flame Chase journey. The Ergo doesn't really like Aglaya, right? Of what she represents. And why the fuck is okay? So yeah, so we're kind of like in a standstill, and in the meantime, Anaxa, goes around and meets the families of the members of the Grove of Epiphany who have died, right? So he's essentially telling them that their loved one has died, right? Because no one really survived the attack at the Grove of Epiphany, right? Because there was like very few people who survived, right? So it kind of like shows us that Anaxa isn't, let's say, some cold-hearted mad scientist, right? He has, let's say, a human side to him, right? So let's see, that's what happens. So essentially, at the same time, since Biden failed the trial of strife, the only one who's really left is obviously Maide, right? So everyone knows that Maide is going to be the one that has to take the trial of strife, but Maide knows that he's not ready, right? But everyone's like hoping that Maide is able to overcome like his issue, right? And able to succeed, right? Because they need someone to, they need the crisis there to succeed in the trial, right? because they need every demigod. So we're kind of like waiting and chilling. So we're done hung, and um, basically talking about everything that's happened, right? What's this about, Aquila? Oh yeah, and I guess this is where we learn about where connection between Hyacinth and Aquila, right? That Hyacinth comes from a lineage which worship the Sky Titan. So this is where we kind of like realize that Hyacinth is most likely the one that's gonna have to succeed Aquila, right, and become the demigod of the sky, right? This is where all right. This is what Trian and Tribia and Naglaya talk about, right? Talk a bit, and they kind of like talk about how they know that sooner or later, or rather sooner, both of them are gonna have to, let's say, take a step out of the stage, out of the spotlight, right? Because they know that the way things are moving, they are gonna have to fulfill their roles, right? And we end up learning. No, this is where we end up learning that each time Trian uses a centrigate, she seems to, let's say, be forgetting stuff, right? She seems to, let's say, start not to digress or to degress, right? But to, let's say, kind of like fade away, if that makes sense. But they got the core flames already. Yes, they already have the core flames already. But the issue with Aglaia is that with the core flame romance that she has, she slowly starts losing, let's say, kind of like slowly starts losing her humanity, right? And emotions, which is why when the Aglaia that we meet is very kind of like stone faced and cold, that's because she's already like gradually lost her emotions over time, right? And the trippy stuff we don't learn until a bit later on, right? I mean, she's also blind already. Yeah, she's also blind, right? So that's what happens there. And then we see that Maide basically kind of like consoling Finan, right? About what happened, right? And we see a bit more of like the competitiveness, right, of the boisterous sides, right, of how they're very petty towards each other, right? And then we have a nice CG of them like together, right? Of like even in these times they still need, let's say, some appeasement. Well, not appeasement, right? But they still need some cooldown time, right? Essentially. Yeah, because this is essentially what's happening with the Chibi and Chinan. That each time they open the Sentry Gate, they start regressing towards infancy in both body and mind, right? So that's why Chian, who keeps opening the Sentry Gate, keeps forgetting things because she's like kind of like rolling back essentially, right, to like an earlier save. But each time she does it, she has to roll back to an earlier save than before, right? So she slowly digresses. Oh, sorry, not digresses, but regresses, right? Which is why they're like tiny to show like okay, that's like they've opened the Sentry Gate a lot of times, right? And so this is final kind of not final. Maide kind of like tries to, let's say, encourage final, right? Because you know Fine is still kind of like bummed out about everything, right? So essentially, wait, is it Fine? Yeah, essentially, we this is where we end up learning a bit more about Finan's past, right? About the issue, the reason why Finan was unable to pass the trial of strife was because he still has like trauma about what happened, right? Because we end up learning that his hometown was attacked, right, by a by someone, right, and that that event gave him trauma towards it, right? And then until he can pass or get over the trauma or accept that trauma, he won't, let's say, be able to process further, right? And so basically, this is like finding opening up to Maide, right? About it, right? And this is where we learn, kind of like learn the connection between Finan and the swordsman that we fought, right? Because the way Finan describes him, the black cloak with an eerie mask and a broken giant sword, it pretty much is, you know, 1-to-1 to how the guy that we fought is, right? So we, you know, this is where you can kind of like, oh, so the guy that we fought is the same guy which attacked Finan's hometown, right, and killed Cyrene. So we kind of like have like somewhat of a an idea of what like Finan's story is gonna go, right? Where he probably isn't gonna really get some closure until he can probably beat the Flame Reaver, right? And from there, and this is when I think Maide, yeah, this is where Maide opens up to Finan, right? And we end up learning about Maide's past, about how he and some of his comrades traveled back to Castrum Criminals, right? Because they had to basically kind of like revolt against the old king. Because Maida kind of like wanted revenge from, you know, his father wanting to kill him. B, the way Castrum Criminals was headed, Castrum Criminals had no future, right? Because they were going to end up killing themselves, right? If they continued in the way, right? And so throughout Miley's journey back to Castrum Criminals, he slowly over time lost his companions in that journey, right? His companions, Hephaestion, Perdiccas, Leononian, Ptolemy, and Pukesta, right? Over time, they died in the journey, right? And only I think it was only Ptolemy who survived until when they attacked Castrum Criminals, and you know he killed his father, the king, right? And his father didn't know like who he was, right, until Maide himself like told him who he was, right? And that's when Euripon, his father, you know, realized that, oh, the prophecy is coming true, right? Like the next king of Castrum Criminals will become king by killing his own father, right? And once after Maide, you know, killed his father and, you know, took over and I guess became charge of his people, he went back to his basically to his camp and ended up learning that his last comrade also died, that he passed away during the campaign because he was already sick, right? But he passed away while Fiden was, you know, out. And the one thing that stood out after each of his companions died is that before they died, they all told him that they wanted him, you know, to become king, to to become king and, you know, take charge of Castrum Criminals. But the issue is that if Maide became king of Castrum Criminals and his people, it meant that continuing the culture rights. But you know, that's the issue, right? Because everyone's telling him to become king, even his closest friends, but he himself doesn't want to continue that, right? So it's like, yeah, he's kind of like in a kind of like caught in a tough place, right? But we essentially end up learning about it, right? Because that's his comrades, right? Of how slowly over time, like they die, like as he was continuing his journey, right? Until he was like alone, right? And so yeah, so that's what Maide has to basically overcome, right? And All right, and I guess while this happened, Miley was told that something's happening at the um, Vortex of Genesis, and then we found out that Craterus, right, the guy who wants Miley to become king, tried to take on the Trial of Strife, but since he's not a crisis, he's obviously failed, and essentially it shows my idea of how desperately his people want someone to, you know, take on that mantle, right? They want the king, right? So he's obviously ends up realizing that okay, he can't ignore the issue for too long, right? Yeah. Da-da-da. And I guess that he's not too keen for he himself is not too keen for the flame chase journey, right? Because he thinks that he isn't sure if even if they complete the flame chase journey and go to the Aeronova, what he doesn't know is if in this Aeronova, is it only like a place for only the Okimans? Will this new era also have a place for the the Cremonian people, right? That's why he wanted to do it, right? Because he wants to ensure that his people have a future, right? And the fact that Maide isn't, you know, doing that, he's not taking the mantle of king. He hasn't become the demigod of strife. Kind of like puts him under pressure, right? Like he's not sure if he can actually trust Maide, right? With the continuance of the Castrum criminals, of the Cremonian people, right? And this is, Maide like killing his father, and like the prophecy was true, right? And this is where Maide is being given a gift by Cratonis, who's a grand smith in Okima, right? And he's given his mother's ring. Because in the past, Cratonis was in Castrum Criminals, and he was with he knew his mother, right? And after his mother died, he looked for the ring and found the ring, obviously, and is now handing it over to Maide. And at the same time, he tells Maide of a story about what's his name again? Uh, about a Titan. I can't remember his name, but he was the mountain breaker. I think it was a Jomas. I think it was a Jomas, but essentially there was he the story was about how in the past there was a people who lived in the mountains, right? And all they knew was the mountain. They didn't want anything to do with the mountains. They never wanted to communicate with anyone outside the mountains, right? They just wanted to be in the mountains, nothing else. Was it? Oh wait, no, it was Geocles, right? He ended up becoming the crisis of Earth, right? Oh, but that doesn't matter, right? But essentially, George, yes, yeah, you're right. And essentially, he ended up getting the title of the Mountain Breaker because his people never wanted to leave the mountains, but he himself saw that there was a war going on, and this war was going to end up basically, and was going to end up, killing his people, right? Because they were the mountains in which they were was in between, right? And they were going to get caught in the crossfire, right? And in order to do this, to save his people, he defied everything that his people wanted, and by the way he did this was essentially by setting up a very cool explosives in the mountain and basically warning everyone that the mountain was going to collapse, and he himself destroyed his people's homelands, which hence the mountain breaker. But what it did was that it introduced his people to the outside world to everywhere else, right? So they were introduced to, basically the rest of Amphorius, even though the the future wasn't, let's say, set in stone, because even though he didn't know what happened later, is that a lot of Titankin were enslaved. But regardless of that, he still believed that what his choice to, move his people from one thought to like another was the right thing. It's essentially kind of like giving Miley like inspiration that even if he's unsure about what to do, if he believes what his idea is right, that he should essentially go for it, right? And at this time, we still don't know what exactly Miley wants to do, right? Obviously, we know he doesn't want to continue the traditions of catching criminals, but we don't know exactly how he wants to end that tradition, right? So that's what Miley is taught by Cotonius, right? And here is where we start learning a bit more about Chibi and, let's say, Chibi's past. And we see, Chibi, well, not Chibi, but Chibios. And we're not really sure who Chibios is at this point in time, but we ended up seeing Chibios is talking to a person who looks like her mother. Well, we end up learning it's her mother, right? And this is at the time when her mother was the Holy Maiden of Hanosopolis, right? 1 second, chat. Yeah, okay. So we end up learning more about. This is where we start learning about Juvius's past, and like, what was it doing? This is where we end up seeing, like, how the Holy Maiden Hanosopolis was the one who got divine prophecies from Janus, right, about the future, about what they need to do, right? How do they connect that? What do you mean? How do they connect that? And I guess this is where we start learning about, the enemy of the Black Tide, and what we need to do for the Crisis era Nova, right? The first Titan. Wasn't that because the Titan of the Janus Titan was also gave prophecies? That's why, if I remember. So, yeah, because the Passage Titan gives people, like, basically it guides people, right? And so that's why we learn a bit about the Herites, and this is where, like, Chibi grew up, and you see things. This is where Chibios, like, you see stuff that's related to Chibi, right? Because you see, like, the rocket that's, in her ultimate, and you also see, like, dolls which look like Chian and Chinan, right? But this Chibi isn't, let's say, aware about what's happening, right? Doesn't seem to be aware of, like, what these memories are, right? And neither are we, right? We are only, like, let's say, guessing, right? But essentially we, like, learn a bit by bit information, right? And yeah. And then this is kind of like weird, right? In the sense that it kind of is as if she's in a nightmare, right? As if Chibi's in a nightmare. But I guess that's it meant to be like the foreboding thing, right? Yeah, because this is meant to be like a bit about the prophecy of what's meant to happen in Amphorius, right? Which timeline is this? It's still the current timeline. This is still like the 33,430,000 cycle and something 36. It's still like the same timeline. It's just when Chibi was, before the Flame Chase journey even began, right? Yeah. And this is kind of like, not like questioning it, right? But it's a bit about how Chibi got her prophecy, right? Because every crisis egg gets a prophecy about what happens to them, kinda, right? Because this is like a weird part. I mean, I understood what it meant, right? But it was kind of like how there is like no future, and I think this was when Chibi about kind of like how Chibi started her journey, right? Oh yeah, this is what it was. Yeah, this is when how Chibi started her journey, kind of, right? Obviously, we at this point in time we don't know too much about, right? Because what we end up learning later is that yeah, this is where Chibi ends up learning the kind of the prophecy for the Aranova, right? Because all shall bid farewell to one, and that person alone will witness the miracle, right? And this is, being the miracle of the Aranova, as in the deliverer for the Aranova, right? And this is when Chibius decided to, start the uh Flame Chase journey. But at this point in time, we don't know that's it, right? We just kind of like giving hints about things, right? And then we, Finan and Anaxis stop meeting. I don't remember what exactly happens here. I don't think it's too important. All right, this is just Finan asking Anaxa about the enemy, right? About the swordsman, right? Because he's pretty much, let's say, kind of aware that this is, the same, person that attacked his homeland, right? So he kind of like has an idea that he has to get over him, right? No, not get over him, right? But that he has to overcome him, if that makes sense, right? And this is the yeah, this is like Trian like starting to digress a bit more, right? Oh, and this is when the three tributes kind of like explore Oryx, or they explore the Hanasopolis, right? Oryx's temple. Well, the rest of the tributes, well, we'll get to that in a bit. And here's where they kind of like you can read some stuff here, and you end up learning here is that Chibi's mother, well, Chibius's mother, the previous Holy Maiden, was killed by the other members of Hanasopolis, by the other priests, because they didn't like of how I guess she was starting to become, let's say, I want to say independent, but they didn't like of how she was starting to, disagree with them, right? So they ended up choosing to, stage that she fell off the cliff, right? And after her death, they decided that they will manipulate Tribios, right, to become what they wanted her to be, right? A very much a like a puppet, essentially, right? And essentially, the reason why they killed her mother was because she was no longer the puppet they wanted her to be. Because I think this is where you end up learning, right? Yeah, because yeah, this is the notes. Yeah, because this is like Hanasopolis has relied on the Rose Myrtle, the Holy Maiden, to obtain boon of the gods, and has spent 5 or 6 years digging out the roots and cutting back the branches. And the earth tree is on the verge of collapse and has long ceased to serve its purpose. Yet it still seeks to spread out its canopy and eclipse Hanasopolis from the glorious race, right? And so and we have the secret plan to fell this tree. Yeah, like this is like basically them, saying that they plan to kill her mother, and for the next sacred tree, we are planning on selecting another puppet as a rose Myrtle's towards Tubius we'll call her Saffron now. Yeah, like this is basically them planning to manipulate Trivius, right, and make her puppets. Right. Should I read all the other notes? I mean, it's fair to not read all the notes because some of the notes are like fairly long, right? And some of them aren't, let's say, always relevant, right? They like give like small information, right? So this is like a bit about where Trian's like going through, right? And like Trian's like, this is where Chibi kind of like notices how Trian is like digressing even more, right? Because she's like forgetting like even more stuff, right? That she should know. And Trian gets in further to try and see Chibi and Chibi and Chinon like try and get in try, I mean Oryx, but then they realize that Oryx isn't here, right? That Oryx is missing. And it's like, what is happening? Right? So that's what happens there. And I think this is where Naxa tells us that what he believes the flame chasers after, right? That he seems to have like straight come to him, right? So he believes that the um flame chaser, flame weaver, sorry, knows specifically where the core flames are, right? And so he says that what they should do is make sure that they can secure all of the core flames, right? That they know the current situation of the core flames, and that obviously they know where Oryx is, so they should try and secure Oryx, right? To make sure that nothing happens to them, right? Right. He specifically says that Okima won't be the first target because Kefli's core flame is safeguarded in Okima, right? And they have Phagos's water to, block out any invasion, right? So obviously, or Kefli isn't like a target, right? And so obviously, the other target must be Oryx. And then they learn that Chibi, Chian, and that the Chibi, Chian, and Chinan are like away, right? So it's like, fuck. So they have to like quickly round up a force and head to Hanasopolis, right? To make sure nothing happens to them, right? Because while they may be demigod, while Chibi, Chian, and Chinan may be demigods, they're not, let's say, combative demigods, right? So they very much would be like an easy target, right? And since Chian like notices this thing, the cloth again, but since Chian has started to forget things, she doesn't catch on that, oh crap, the Flame Reaver's here, right? So they get attacked by the Flame Reaver, and in order to save Chibi and Chinon, what Chian decides to do is to open the sentry gate to send them away, right? So she, stays behind with the Flame Reaver. And yeah, that's kind of what happens here. And so Chibi and Chinon like wake up. Chibi wakes up to find that she was sent outside of Hanasopolis, right? Outside of the stump, right? And we find them, right? So we managed to rescue Chibi and Chian, and sorry, Chibi and Chinan, and I guess now we like realize that okay, like the Flame Reaver is like very much a threat, right? Why is the Flame Reaver attacking them? Because uh they're the demigod of the demigod of passage, right? So they would have the core flame of their respective demigods, and the Flame Reaver wants all of the core flames, right? So what happens after? And so in the meantime, while this is happening, Maide has, let's say, resolved himself to take on the Child of Strife, right? And in this moment is that Maide tells Finan that if something happens to him, since he's immortal, he can't really get killed by anything. He tells Finan, specifically his weak point, that if he gets hit in between the 10th vertebrae, that's his weak point, right? That if he wants, if that there ever comes a point where Finan needs to kill Maide, he has to attack him at the 10th vertebrae, and that will kill him, right? Which essentially kind of like showing of how much Finan trusts Maide, right? Maide trusts Finan, right? How did Chibi come back the next day? Don't know. That comes up in a bit, but I don't think that's told just yet, right? About Trian coming back the next day, right? Yeah. Did I actually bring up the freaking and the 10th thoracic vertebra? Yeah. Did I actually just freaking bring up it? No. I guess I brought this up to show you like where you would attack him, right? So you would attack him here, right? Like a bit lower of the middle of the spine. I don't know why I did this, but sure. Yeah. And so while Midas does this, we make a plan is made to try and trap and beat the Flame Reaver, right? And the way this is done is by making it so that Anaxa acts as a decoy. Since he has the core flame of reason in him, he's gonna act as a decoy and catch him criminals, and then everyone's gonna attack him, right? So that's like what happens next, right? So he acts as a decoy, and we're gonna fight the Flame Reaver. Yeah. And the plan here is to use Mem's power to try and trap him in time, right? Because they know that Mem has the power to like open the portal to the past, right? And so if we can't, let's say, directly beat him, let's just trap him in the past, right, to try and stall. And that's essentially what happens here, right? We end up fighting him, and then the aim is to try and stall him, right? But that immediately doesn't work because he immediately like breaks through, and so we have to fight him. And this is the point where, like we have to try and stop him, but like it's unsuccessful. And this is where basically we end up seeing the result of Maide succeeding in his trial, right? Because now Maide has become the demigod of strife. And so, with Maide, we fight back against the demigod, against the Black Flame Reaver. And we essentially, are given the idea, oh, okay, that's okay. With Maide now, we actually they actually managed to kill the Flame Reaver, right? Which is like, it's a cool scene, right? Because he literally just gets pissed. Like, it's a really nice scene, right? So it's like we're victors, and we believe that at this point we believe that even though we managed to beat the Flame Reaver, the Flame Reaver still managed to get Orynyx, right? And we don't know where the core flame of Orynyx is, right? Which is like, what now, right? What do we do? What do we do here, right? And I think, well, no, we know that Orynyx has died, but we managed to get the core flame, and this is where we learned that Chinon, that Chian actually managed to survive, right? Because when after Chian sends Chibi and Chinon away, Kratoros was following them, right? Because he also wanted to get answers from Orynyx, and he was here at the same time, and he saw the Flame Reaver attack them. And before the Flame Reaver, could continue with his attack, he grabbed Chinon, Chian, sorry, and jumped off the cliff, right? Protecting Chian, right? Yeah. But it was like already, like, Chian had already, like, you know, shown her powers too much, right? And so Chian essentially passed, right? And so this is where we, like, even though he managed to try and save Chian, it's so, like, it was a bit too late, right? So this is where we owe 7 to Chian. Yeah. So essentially, we like everything seems to be like we managed to beat the Flame Reaver, but unfortunately, Onyx died. But we also didn't. But Mighty at the same time didn't manage to become, the cool, the uh demigod of strife, right? How did she come back then? What do you mean? How did she come back then? Chian is dead. It's just that her corpse, as it wasn't lost because of Kratos, right? Because he managed to protect her for a bit. And okay, so that's what happened then. And now this is where we start learning more about Trivios, right? And about Trivi. There's no way to talk about this much, but yeah. There's always three Trivies. Well, not anymore. What did we achieve by killing the Flame Weaver? Well, we killed the person who ruined Finest hometown. B, attacked the River of Epiphany, and the one who was going after the uh core flames, right? So we believe that we're in a good point, at a good stop, right? That we're safe. Obviously, and at the same time, they also believe that, that the Flame Reaver is like someone who's working with the Black Tide. Because, the Black Tide want to, ruin Amphorius, and the only way to put, for Amphorius to survive is to have all the core flames. But the Flame Reaver is also after all the core flames, which, isn't something that is helpful for everyone, right? So obviously, they think that the Flame Reaver is working with, or is like a part of the Black Tides at this point. But we didn't kill him. No, we didn't. We thought we did, but we didn't. Well, obviously, we found that out later, right? And so this is where we learn that Kratos survived because, even though he jumped off, he was then later found, and, Hyacinth, saved him, right? Because, she's a healer. And this is where we find out what Mayday has decided and what he chose. And Mayday tells Kratos that yes, he shall be up, that he shall become the king of Castrum Criminals, and he becomes the king. And the first thing that he chooses to do is that he shall end the dynasty of the Cremonian dynasty, and basically says that his people's homeland is no longer Castrum Criminals. Instead, it's Okima, right? And essentially ends basically the dynasty. Right, so there's no more Cremonian people. They're now just people of Amphorius, right? And Kratos basically doesn't, you know, doesn't like it, right? Because it's essentially killing the culture. But this is what Miley decides to do, right? And however, since Miley is the demigod of strife, which was the god of the Cremonian people, he has to begrudgingly, accept what Miley chooses, right? Miley's choice, right? So it's essentially like the end of an era, right? Because Kratos here believes that this is what, like, he's gonna take them back home, right? But obviously, Mayday chooses to end basically the dynasty, right? So there's no more Castrum Criminals or Cremonian. Oh yeah. Because I think it says it here. Because he doesn't believe in like, oh, because obviously he doesn't believe in what these people, yeah, in what his people want, right? Because he knows like it's not the right thing, and it's like if they keep choosing, if they keep going in the same way they were going before, they're all gonna end up dead. So yeah, this is how Midas' choice, and yeah. So essentially, the bulk of Midas' character arc is kind of like completing. Mighty stalling through 3 patches. Nah, to be honest, he only stalled through like 1 patch. Because this is still 3.1, by the way. Because like 3.1 was actually kind of long. And so now that there's no more Cremonian people, or there's no, like, he ended the dynasty, what Maide then decides to do is that he's going to go to Castrum Cremonus himself and defend against the Black Tides. He's going to defend Okima from Castrum Cremonus and, you know, fight against the Black Tides. Similar to what Nikador did, right? Because what Nikador was doing was he was fighting against the Black Tide until he lost himself, right? And so this is what Maide decides to do too, right? And essentially, I guess kind of like his wish of, you know, ending the basically the culture of the Cremonian people kind of like stemmed from his mother, right? Because his mother also hated this culture and belief, right? So that's kind of like where he got that, that's a motivational idea from. So yeah, so yes, this is like my day, like becoming king and, you know, staying in Castrum Cremonus to defend against the Black Tides. Yeah. Yeah, so this is, so that's basically Maide's story done for the time being. And this is farewell to Chian. And so we go to Hanosopolis because we want to try and see. So we go to Hanosopolis and, you know, to the parts of Hanosopolis before they started Flame Chase to see what made, what is exactly the full prophecy of, you know, for the Flame Chase journey, right? No, no, not the Sky City. Hanosopolis. This is the same city from when we first entered Amphorius. It's just when, you know, it was prosperous, right? Before it was destroyed. So this is where we kind of see Trivius, where Trivius tries to get, you know, some assistance from Oryx, right? To try and understand what was happening, right? Okay, false prophecy. And so this is before Trivius becomes the demigod of passages, right? There's Trivius story and then not just yet. It ends at the end of like at this spot, right? But essentially Trivius is like unsure of like what to do, right? But essentially Trivius like decides that she ends up deciding that she should basically learn the last prophecy, right? Because I guess Shibius has also comes to the understanding that the priest of Hanasopolis and Hanasopolis itself isn't the place where she must be, right? That she has to like move forward and try and, you know, fulfill her role to push away the black tides. If I remember correctly, let's see. Yeah. But no, she doesn't have the flame yet. Because this is the story where we see how Trivius gets the flame, and we see how she escaped the surveillance of the elders of the elder priests, where she like basically hid from them, and then she goes to where the core flame is, right? Where the core flame of passage is kept. So this is where she finds the core flame of passage, right? And when she gets the last prophecy, right? And yeah, and this is when she becomes the demigod of time. Well, not demigod of time, the demigod of passage. And there go, starting the flame chase journey, because she is the first demigod. Mm. And this is where she gets the prophecy, right? From Janus, where the prophecy was overthrow the gods, return the core flames, inherit divine authority, forge godly miracles, go kill, go mourn, kill my kin, mourn our fate, ferry the spirit of the gods, nourish the land of the divine essence, yet thou shalt remember, yet thou shalt must remember. All shall bid farewell to one, and one that person alone will witness the miracle, right? Janus knew because they're the one that got the prophecy, right, of what essentially is meant to happen, right? Such is destiny. And this is when we see Trivios, right? And this is when she starts to set out for her journey. So this is like the important part. So this is where the curious part, right? Because in this section, like we're witnessing how Trivius, let's say, escaped the city, right? Why is she holding a knife? To protect herself. So this is how we see how Trivius escaped, right? And technically, Trivius technically shouldn't be able to escape, right? Because she's in, like, let's say, a visor, right? But during this time, like the guards like question her, right? And like basically they're going to arrest her, right? And basically they're going to execute her, right? Because they say kill her. And we're made to believe that we are the ones who actually are the ones who protected her, right? Because we end up fighting them. But you can see at the end, like, could the Titan be on her side, right? Because we're not interfering with the past, right? Because this has already happened. So something happened which assisted Chibi, right? Which is who assisted Chibius from escaping, right? The Hanasopolis. Because there's like no other way like she was gonna get out, right? And it isn't until 2.6 that we learn that the one who actually helped Chibius escape Hanasopolis after she took the core flame was actually March. Because March in the 97 days when she walked throughout Amphorius. March couldn't be perceived by anyone else, right? But she could still interact with Amphorius, right? And when she saw, you know, the soldiers trying to attack Tribius, she is the one who saved Tribius and helped Tribius escape. So that's how we ended up learning later on of how Tribius actually managed to escape Hanasopolis. Because at this point, we don't really know how, right? And so this like, I'm not sure how many people, let's say, question that, right? Of how did Trivia's do that, right? Wait, do we? What do you mean? Yeah, we do. If I recall, it's in like some notes that say what March was doing right. I believe it's also specifically told by, I think, Avonite, of like what March was doing while she was like escaping, right? Yeah, like who was aiding her escape? Because like even Fanon like asked who's aiding like Chibia's escape, right? And like we don't really know too much, right? And you know, it's just like later on we find out it's actually March who's the one that's helping her. Oh my god, it's 6:30. Okay, we're nearly done. Anyway, yeah, we're nearly done with 3.1. Da, da, da. Yeah, and then this is where we learn of what Tribius's prophecy, what her prophecy was, how her own prophecy is, right? Where how we learn how Trivius became all the many Trivius, right? Because her thing is where is it? Of how she shall shatter into 1,000 pieces, and that will die away from her homeland, right? Yeah. You shall shatter into 1,000 fragments and wither on the soil of foreign lands. Yeah. So that was the fate that Trivius was given. And you know, Chibius shattered into 1,000 many Chibis and Chians and Chinons, right? And this was the beginning of the Flame Chase journey. Yeah. Where's the rest of the 997 Chibis? Well, they all died. And the last three that were left were Chino, Chian, and Chibi. Yeah. Because she ran into the darkness and, you know, this is where she bore the core flame and, you know, to quell the darkness, right? And she splits it into 1,000 messages to spread the prophecy of the Flame Chase journey. After 1,000 years, yeah. It wasn't until 100 years after Chibi started spreading the word that the Flame Chase journey probably began when Sarija, you know, worked with Chibi to, you know, start everything, right? And yeah, I think that's where 3.1 ends up, right? Sarija, yeah, because Sarija was one of the ones who first, let's say, started the campaign for the Flame Chase journey. And she worked with Chibi and Aglaya. But that wasn't until like 100 years after Chibi already started her journey. Yeah, but this is the this is like Chian being with Chibius, right? Because you know they already had like waiting. They're waiting in tomorrow, and I guess it's 3.1 ends off with I guess us finding out two things. One is that Anaxa is destined to die. That he doesn't have that much time left. That's one thing we find out that Anaxa doesn't have much time left. And then we see a scene. Then we see a scene where it's kind of like where we're dying, right? Where we're dying in Castorus's hands, but we don't really like know too much, right? Of what this means. Like this is all to do stuff with 2.3. He put the flame into her as I mean, yeah, that can be one way to be seen, right? But yeah, because this is all about how there's always a constant in this flame chase journey, right? And this is showing of how we're also like one of those deaths, right? And that's kind of like where 3.1 ends. Oh no, this is also where we decide that we're gonna see if we can become the take on the trial of time since Onyx is dead, someone has to uptake and become the demigod of time. And since there's no other crisis as we're gonna ask, we decide to see if Aglai will let us take on the trial to become the demigod of time. Which, then Dan Heng asks if we're fine, because this will essentially tie our destiny to Amphorus, because we'll be directly linked to Amphorus. And then this is us deciding that, yeah, that essentially, yeah, this is what we decide we will like further bind ourselves to Amphorus. And then this is like where we learn that, the Council of the Elders are like very much, you know, not happy with what's happening. The demigod of Earth needs, well, not in this cycle. In this cycle, the demigod of Earth they've already completed the role, right? And that's where 3.1 ends. Oh, God. Okay, so I'll try and do this except quick, but 3.1 was fine. I think I myself like the trivia section, right? Although it was a bit confusing at the time because, some things felt weird, especially like, with kind of like the Deus Ex Machina kind of like thing of how trivia's kind of escaped, because there was like no real explanation to that at the time. And I guess the Midas one was also like, Midas was also not bad, right? I feel like Midas, the your enjoyment of My Day's story depending on like if how much you like My Day. I was like kind of whatever about My Day at the time. It was like fine, and I also guess at the time I found it weird of how the Flame Reaver was introduced, but then we quickly got rid of the Flame Reaver, right? Because we like the Flame Reaver was introduced in patch, and then we were given like the idea that we immediately got rid of the Flame Reaver. So it's like I don't know, it felt a bit weird. Obviously not right when we do the next story. But yeah, overall, it wasn't too bad. It was less story in a way than 3.0 because this 3.1 had less exposition, right? Because it was like more on continuing the story rather than building up like the world. Obviously, 3.0 did have more build up with the world with like catching criminals and stuff, but it was still pretty enjoyable, especially because like Anaxa was like a surprise, right? Because I feel like Anaxa would be, let's say, like kind of like a boring character, but the way of how Anaxa was like, let's say, was portrayed of how being like a very prideful but not obnoxious type of character, right? So that was like pretty fun, right? Especially since Anaxa gets like later on developed or looked more into like in 3.2, right? But yeah, it was it was like pretty good. Yeah, so yeah, that's how 3.1 was. We just conquered my entry. Yeah, kind of. Yeah, it was like pretty good. 3.0, 3.1 and 3.0. 3.1 I would say was an improvement in 3.0 in terms of, let's say, like pace and how things went. I did find 3.0 more interesting, right? Because it was more of an exposition of everything else and how the thing and how everything happened, right? And how the whole of Forest kind of like works. But I would say it's not until because 3.1 and 3.0 are good in a sense, but there's also like slightly slow. I would say it's not until 3.2 when like the pace of the story like starts moving way more, and it like gets a much more interesting. The more from 3.2 onwards. Yeah, from 3.2 onwards, I would say it's like when like things get definitely more interesting. Because I would say from 3.2 onwards, 3.2, 3.3, 4, 5, yeah, like 3.2 onwards is like where the pace like starts picking up like much faster, right? But yeah, okay, Jesus Christ. Oh, so yeah, 1 second, chat. Okay, sorry about chat. Yeah, I was like getting cool about the freaking dinner. Yeah, I would say overall, yeah, 341 was fine. Like I said, I mean, I'm just repeating myself now, right? But like, I myself wasn't, let's say, too interested in Maide because I don't know, Maide's character was fine, right? I was more interested in Chibi's part, but like, Chibi's part was like really shoved into the end, so it was like it was fine. But I don't know, it was weird in the sense that Chibi's section was shoved into the end rather than it being shoved before, right? Because then it kind of felt like the Flame Reaver scene was cool when when Miley beats him, and then we think, oh, okay, that's fair enough, and then the story kind of like continues with the Chibi section, which is like, okay, it feels like it could have been added before then, right? But that's just more like a structural thing, right? Overall, it's still pretty good. Chibi's story was the saddest. I guess right. It's the way like how we find out about Chibi stuff, right? I don't think I would say it's the saddest, right? Because technically that goes to Finance story or maybe even Cyrene's story, right? Because with what Finance and Cyrene went through, right? But at this point, I would say like yes, Trivi's story at this point was it's most likely the saddest, right? But yeah, okay, chat. Jesus Christ, I was not expecting to stream for this long. I was expecting to go into around 5:30, but I didn't think talking about each each chapter I was gonna take this long talking about each chapter. Okay, we'll leave it off for here for today, chat. We'll continue this tomorrow. We'll continue this tomorrow. We'll probably start at 6, most likely for tomorrow's stream, so that we have more time to talk about it. And yeah, 6 or 6:30, around that time, right? But yeah, we'll continue this tomorrow. I want to see if we can maybe finish it talking about this tomorrow because I do want to start the Impact Third Chapter 10. But I already started this, right? So might as well continue. So yeah, so that'll be it for today then, chat. So hopefully you guys enjoyed yourselves. Hopefully you guys have a good rest of your day. And I shall see you guys next time, chat. Take care, chat. Bye bye. Oh yeah, God, I need to go get ready for dinner.